Incredible. Zuckerberg, you're the worst. Everyone likes you. No one likes you. You're terrible. Zuckerberg, Zuckerberg. Zuckerberg's just the worst. Everyone hates him. Hey guys, I'm a fucking Android. My wife hates me. The only thing I know how to do is to call people to throw a fucking disco party for my wife. We don't even take video. We take like 8 shitty pictures. None of the people really like us. Absolutely none of them. In reality, my wife doesn't even like me. My name is Mark Zuckerberg. The only reason why she's with me is because I am a billionaire. But aside from that, I'd be some fucking loser who no one likes. They all think he's the worst. Oh, kids, he's the worst. Worst CEO. He's terrible. If I had to rank all the CEOs by who's the worst, Zuckerberg would be below that motherfucker who got shot in Midtown. And I don't even know if that happened. Yo, dog, what is this bull shit? This is just the worst. Everything about this is so bad. One time I was like, I'm gonna try it as the most boring stream of all time. And then I had this idea of it. It's like, hey guys, how would you like to watch podcasts of Mark Zuckerberg sucking dick? Oh, you really enjoy that? Okay, what do I have a fucking stream for you? This is the worst. This is the worst stream of all of the streams I've ever seen. This is the worst stream of all the streams I've ever seen. This is the worst stream. I'm gonna sing it in song. It goes like this. This is the worst stream of all of the streams. This is the worst stream, and nobody liked it. Nobody thought that it was good. Because this is the worst stream of all streams. Worst stream ever. Dude, that thing's gonna take hours. What's going on here? Worst. Worst. Suckers. Oh, now that bitch is working. Look at this one. It's incredible. It was very, very athletic. One of the most athletic moves I've ever seen was when it's like this, and then like this. Yeah. Kids. Were any of you aware? Shit. What is going on up there? Dog just fuck off. Dumb. Yeah. My kids, I have a 6-year-old child. She's talking about 5 points. Stop. She's sick. The worst. What the fuck? This is of all of the things that I've ever shit in that, this is the worst. It's just, I mean, look at this. Is there, I like how I get kicked out of my own fucking Discord. Hey guys, we could make this fucking river. Oh shit. Look at this. That shit's still spinning. No, I'm just watching it. Um, I'm watching it. Worst stream ever. No, I really mean it. I mean this from the bottom of my heart. This is by far the worst stream that anyone has ever seen in the history of the world, maybe the universe. The worst. If I could name a stream that's worse than this, I would. Maybe on fucking Zeta Reticuli, some asshole is streaming the fucking Instagram, and no, still not a worse stream than what I have. This stream is the worst. Zuckerberg, you're just terrible. Terrible human being. Your 6-year-old thinks you're a douche. Everyone hates you. I hate you. Hate is a strong word. I know, that's why I fucking used it. Alright, this sucks. This is the worst. Zuckerberg, you are terrible. Zuckerberg, your hair is so shitty. It looks like a weed whacker cut it. It's terrible. Your hair is awful. You look like a droid. You're tiny. You suck. Zuckerberg is the fucking worst. I have that song Shell on my head. Zuckerberg's the worst CEO in the entire fucking world. Everyone hates him, including his 6-year-old. He's the worst CEO now. Uh, 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 uh. Zuckerberg, you're the worst CEO. Everyone hates your ass. You're the worst. No one likes you. And I'm fucking you. You're a douche, douche. You're a douche, 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 douche. You're a douche, douche. You are a douche. Ah, 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 ah. Zuckerberg, you are such a fucking douche. Everyone hates you now. No one thinks you're cool. They fucking think you do. What the fuck? You're not. You're not. Everyone Sundar's terrible. And this is the point. Hasn't fucking had a real update. Millions of our children. Not even the right? But it's terrible. I think of myself actually everybody did like this one and said, oh, bitch. No, that's not a possibility. That's really a lot of advice. Dude, this thing's been a thing again. Where it sucks. Yeah. Oh, did you ever hear a song? This song is because Mark Zuckerberg sucks so much fucking dick that he deserves all the benefits of the world. It knows something about Mark Zuckerberg, you are such a dude. Everyone thinks you suck dick. Have the worst platform for innocent in the world. You have to elbow douchebags like Sundar Pichai out of the number one spot for worst CEO in the history of mankind. You are so shitty. Everybody thinks no one likes you, and they think you're terrible. They think that you are the worst CEO in the history of mankind. This is the worst CEO in the history of worst humankind. We're even at win this bitch. You are the worst CEO in the history of humankind. Like, when people will study Homo sapiens in the future, there will be a special footnote that will explain how shitty this thing was. People will be like, well, we never studied anthropology. Doesn't matter. Do you know how bad of a CEO this motherfucker was? He sucked so much more. Just the worst. The worst. If I can tell you this, I don't know. I know like a ton of CEOs, and he's stop. I know your spouse's name. You're on shit. Oh shit. Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg. 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 Zuckerberg is the worst. Look at this. It's, it's, look at this. You will not be free. Okay. This is Zuckerberg. Guaranteed this is 27. Maybe they fixed it. This is the worst. Robbers. It is the worst. This one time, I was like, I understand because I English. Type bitch. It is the worst. This is the worst. Look at this. I got a daughter. Daughter sucks. It's the worst. There's nothing worse than that. Thank you very much. Oh, that's the worst. This is the worst. It's absolutely terrible. Terrible. Nothing worse. The fuck is this shit? Kids, this one time, I was like, like bitch, it's the worst. The absolute. Worse. Zuckerberg, you're the worst. Whatever. Hate you. Zuckerberg, you're terrible. What in the fuck is this shit? It's like, yo, what in the fuck, dog? Look at this. It's, let's talk to you about movies. Oh man, oh man. This Rothschild. Whatever the fuck that is. I don't like that. This. It's kind of like, it would be like a judge. It'd be like a double A bowl. That tells you that it would be kind of solid and just like, it's like a big. What is going on here? What's going on with this? Okay. Oh, there we go. That was really good. That was very quiet. Mm-hmm. Maybe I can change the voice. Yep. Dog, this is the worst. Zuckerberg stuff. This is the worst. I take in everything you need to do. That's one thing. The worst thing ever. If we could do it, I wanted to do a project on really good project on the better, and I wanted to do it on this small business. And it was obviously third grade because I didn't really know who invented hard times. I just wanted whatever that was. And then there's other people. So he didn't invent like animation. And I don't know if this is exactly right. It was something like this, but one of the teachers was like, whatever, let me another teacher said, no, that isn't an invention. You got to do something for it. And he's like, okay, you, I'm going to do what? And I don't know, that's my mom. And she said, well, I would have said he popularized animation, which is true, but he didn't invent it. But I think we went, I don't know, I think we might. And there weren't books about it, really, like very good. And I think we went to like, this is pre-internet, and we were able to find a book somewhere, and my brain helped us with kind of hidden and just like one certain like using modalities. And it's actually pretty wild because I was able to have and you like that song? What? You like that story? This isn't worse stuff. Like if you were telling stories, this works. Never heard. No one. You have two subjects. Two pickups, right? Probably pretty accurate. Really? I didn't know it was all right, let's see how his fantasy team's doing, big dog. I have a 93% chance of winning. Oh shit. Oh, dude, Anthony photographed this shit. What the fuck happened here? Dude, man, my team is so good. Come on. We just ran. We ran. Great. Well, I don't like
And that's here to stay. But I think that there's value in both, right? It's not.
There's only value.
I wouldn't want to run a fully remote company. Yet, I think there's an asterisk on that, which is that
some of the other stuff you're working on.
Yeah, exactly. It's like all the metaverse work and the ability to feel like you're truly present, no matter where you are. I think once you have that all dialed in, then we may one day reach a point where it really just doesn't matter as much where you are physically. But I don't know. Today it still does, right? So yeah, for people there are all these people who have special skills and want to live in a place where we don't have an office. Are we better off having them at the company? Absolutely, right? And are a lot of people who work at the company for several years and then build up the relationships internally, and kind of have the trust, have a sense of how the company works, and they go work remotely now if they want and still do it as effectively. And we've done all these studies that show it's like, okay, does that affect their performance? It does not. But for the new folks who are joining, and for people who are earlier in their career and need to learn how to solve certain problems and need to get ramped up on the culture, when you're working through really complicated problems where you don't just want to you don't just want the formal meeting, you want to be able to like brainstorm when you're walking in the hallway together after the meeting. No, it's like we just haven't replaced the kind of in-person dynamics there yet with anything remote yet. So
yeah, there's a magic to the in-person that we'll talk about this a little bit more, but I'm really excited by the possibilities in the next few years in virtual reality and mixed reality that are possible with high-resolution scans. I mean, I, as a person who loves in-person interaction, do these podcasts in person, it'd be incredible to achieve the level of realism I've gotten the chance to witness. Let me ask about that.
Yeah,
I got a chance to look at Quest 3 headset, and it is amazing. You've announced it. You'll give some more details in the fall. You're releasing it. When is it getting released again? I forgot you mentioned it.
We'll give more details, but it's coming. It's coming this fall.
So it's priced at $499. What features do you most excited about?
There are basically two big things that we've added to Quest 3 over Quest 2. The first is high resolution mixed reality, and the basic idea here is that you can think about virtual reality as you have the headset and like all the pixels are virtual and you're basically like immersed in a different world. Mixed reality is where you see the physical world around you and you place virtual objects in, whether that's a screen to watch a movie or a projection of your virtual desktop, or you play a game where like zombies are coming out through the wall and you need to shoot them, or we're playing Dungeons and Dragons or some board game. We just have a virtual version of the board in front of us while we're sitting here. All that's possible in mixed reality, but I think that is going to be the next big capability on top of virtual reality.
It is done so well. I have to say, as a person who experienced it today with zombies, having a full awareness of the environment and integrating that environment in the way they run at you while they try to kill you. It's just the mixed reality, the pass through is really, really, really well done. And the fact that it's only $100. Well done.
Thank you. I'm super excited about it. I mean, we put a lot of work into making the device both as good as possible and as affordable as possible, because a big part of our mission and ethos here is we want people to be able to connect with each other. We want to reach and we want to serve a lot of people, right? We want to bring this technology to everyone, right? So we're not just trying to serve like an elite, a wealthy crowd. We want to we really want this to be accessible. So that is in a lot of ways an extremely hard technical problem because we don't just have the ability to put an unlimited amount of hardware in this. We needed to basically deliver something that works really well, but in an affordable package. And we started with Quest Pro last year. It was it was $1,500, and now we've lowered the price to $1,000. But in a lot of ways, the mixed reality in Quest 3 is Quest Pro. So I'm really proud of where we are with Quest 3 on that. It's going to work with all of the virtual reality titles and everything that existed there. So people who want to play fully immersive games, social experiences, fitness, all that stuff will work. But now you'll also get mixed reality too, which I think people really like because it's sometimes you want to be super immersed in a game, but a lot of the time, especially when you're moving around, if you're active, like you're doing some fitness experience, let's say you're like doing boxing or something, it's like you kind of want to be able to see the room around you, so that way you know that like I'm not going to punch a lamp or something like that. I don't know if you guys played this experience, but we basically have it's just sort of like a fun little demo that we put together. But it's like you're like in a conference room or your living room, and you have the guy there, and you're boxing him and you're fighting him, and it's like
all the other people are there too. I got a chance to do that.
Yeah,
and all the people are there. It's like that guy's right there.
Yeah, it's right in the room.
And the other humans with the path, you're seeing them also. They can cheer you on. They can make fun of you if they're anything like friends of mine. And then it's a really compelling experience. I mean, VR is really interesting too, but this is something else almost. This becomes integrated into your life, into your world.
Yeah, and I think it's a completely new capability that will unlock a lot of different content. And I think it'll also just make the experience more comfortable for a set of people who didn't want to have only fully immersive experiences. I think if you want experiences where you're grounded in your living room and the physical world around you, now you'll be able to have that too. And I think that's pretty exciting.
I really liked how it added windows to a room with no windows.
Yeah.
Me as a person.
Did you see the aquarium one where you can see the sharks swim up, or was that just the zombie one?
One, but it's still
you don't necessarily want it goes out of your living room where zombies come out of, but yes, in the context of that game, that's
I enjoyed it because you could see the nature outside. And me as a person that doesn't have windows, it's just nice to have nature.
Yeah. Well,
even if it's a mixed reality thing. I know it's a zombie game, but there's a zen nature, the zen aspect to being able to live outside and alter your environment as you know it.
Yeah. There'll probably be better, more zen ways to do that in the game you're describing, but you're right that the basic idea of sort of having your physical environment on pass through, but then being able to bring in different elements external. I think it's going to be super powerful. And in some ways, I think these are mixed reality is also a predecessor to eventually we will get AR glasses that are not kind of the goggles form factor of the current generation of headsets that people are making. But I think a lot of the experiences that developers are making for mixed reality of basically just have a kind of a hologram that you're putting in the world will hopefully apply once we get the AR glasses too. But that's got its own whole set of challenges.
Well, the headset's already smaller than the previous version.
Oh yeah, so it's 40% thinner. And the other thing that I think is good about it is, so mixed reality was the first big thing. The second is it's just a great VR headset. It's got 2x the graphics processing power, 40% sharper screens, 40% thinner, more comfortable, better strap architecture, all this stuff that if you liked Quest 2, I think this is just going to be, it's like all the content that you might have played in Quest 2 is just going to be sharper automatically, better in this. So it's, I think people are really playing it. Yeah, so this fall.
This fall, I have to ask, Apple just announced a mixed reality headset called Vision Pro for $3,500, available in early 2024. What do you think about this?
Well, I saw the materials when they launched. I haven't gotten a chance to play with it yet, so kind of take everything with a grain of salt. But a few high-level thoughts. I mean, first, I do think that this is a certain level of validation for the category, right? Where we were the primary folks out there before saying, "Hey, I think that this virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality, this is going to be a big part of the next computing platform." I think having Apple come in and share that vision will make a lot of people who are fans of their products really consider that. And then, of course, the $3,500 price. On the one hand, I get it with all the stuff that they're trying to pack in there. On the other hand, a lot of people aren't going to find that to be affordable. So I think that there's a chance that them coming in actually increases demand for the overall space, and that Quest 3 is actually the primary beneficiary of that, because a lot of the people who might say, "Hey, this, I'm going to give another consideration to this," or now I understand maybe what mixed reality is more, and Quest 3 is the best one on the market that I can afford, and it's great also, right? I think that's and in our own way, I think there are a lot of features that we have where we're leading on. So I think that I think is going to be that could be quite good. And then obviously over time, the companies are just focused on somewhat different things, right? Apple has always, I think, focused on building really kind of high-end things, whereas our focus has been on we have a more democratic ethos. We want to build things that are accessible to a wider number of people. We've sold tens of millions of Quest devices. My understanding, just based on rumors, I don't have any special knowledge on this, is that Apple is building about 1 million of their device, right? So just in terms of like what you kind of expect in terms of sales numbers, I just think that this is, Quest is going to be the primary thing that people in the market will continue using for the foreseeable future. Then obviously over the long term, it's up to the companies to see how well we each execute the different things that we're doing. But we kind of come at it from different places. We're very focused on social interaction, communication, being more active, right? So there's fitness, there's gaming, there are those things. Whereas I think a lot of the use cases that you saw in Apple's launch material were more around people sitting, people looking at screens, which are great. I think that you will replace your laptop over time with a headset, but I think in terms of kind of how the different use cases that the companies are going after, they're a bit different for Rothschild.
Yeah, so their gaming wasn't a big part of the presentation, which is interesting. It feels like mixed reality gaming is such a big part of that. It was interesting to see it missing the presentation.
Well, I mean, look, there are certain design trade-offs in this where, I think they made this point about not wanting to have controllers, which on the one hand, there's a certain elegance about just being able to navigate the system with eye gaze and hand tracking. And by the way, you'll be able to just navigate Quest with your hands too, if that's what you want.
One of the things I should mention is that the capability from the cameras with computer vision to detect certain aspects of the hand, allowing you to have a controller that doesn't have that ring thing.
Yeah, the hand tracking in Quest 3 and the controller tracking is a big step up from the last generation. And one of the demos that we have is basically an MR experience teaching you how to play piano, where it basically highlights the notes that you need to play, and it's like just all it's hands, it's no controllers. But I think if you care about gaming, having a controller allows you to have a more tactile feel. It allows you to capture fine motor movement much more precisely than what you can do with hands without something that you're touching. So again, I think there are certain questions which are just around what use cases are you optimizing for. I think if you want to play games, then I think then I think you want to design the system in a different way, and we're more focused on kind of social experiences, entertainment experiences. Whereas if what you want is to make sure that the text that you read on a screen is as crisp as possible, then you need to make the the design and cost trade-offs that they made that lead you to making a $3,500 device. So I think that there is a use case for that for sure, but I just think that the companies we've basically made different design trade-offs to get to the use cases that we're trying to serve.
There's a lot of other stuff I would love to talk to you about the metaverse, especially the Kodak Avatar, which I've gotten to experience a lot of different variations of recently that I'm really excited
I'm
about.
excited to talk about that too.
I'll have to wait a little bit because, wow, I think there's a lot more to show off in that regard. But let me step back to AI. I think we've mentioned it a little bit, but I'd like to linger on this question that folks like Eliezer Yudkowsky has a worry about, and others, of the existential, the serious threats of AI that have been reinvigorated now with the rapid development of AI systems. Do you worry about the existential risks of AI as Eliezer does, about the alignment problem, about this getting out of hand?
Anytime where there's a number of serious people who are raising a concern that is that existential about something that you're involved with, I think you have to think about it, right? So I've spent quite a bit of time thinking about it from that perspective. The thing where I basically come out on this right now is I do think that there are, over time, I think that we need to think about this even more as we approach something that could be closer to superintelligence. I just think it's pretty clear to anyone working on these projects today that we're not there. And one of my concerns is that we spent a fair amount of time on this before, but there are more, I don't know if mundane is the right word, but there's like concerns that already exist, right? About like people using AI tools to do harmful things of the type that we're already aware of. Whether we talked about fraud or scams or different things like that. And that's going to be a pretty big set of challenges that the companies working on this are going to need to grapple with, regardless of whether there is an existential concern as well at some point down the road. So I do worry that to some degree people can get a little too focused on some of the tail risk and then not do as good of a job as we need to on the things that can be almost certain are going to come down the pipe as real risks that kind of manifest themselves in the near term. So for me, I've spent most of my time on that once I kind of made the realization that the size of models that we're talking about now in terms of what we're building are just quite far from the superintelligence type concerns that people raise. But I think once we get a couple steps closer to that, I don't know, as we do get closer, I think that those, there are going to be some novel risks and issues about how we make sure that the systems are safe, for sure. I guess here, just to take the conversation in a somewhat different direction, I think in some of these debates around safety, I think the concepts of intelligence and autonomy, or like the being of the thing, as an analogy, they get kind of conflated together. And I think it very well could be the case that you can make something and scale intelligence quite far, but that may not manifest the safety concerns that people are saying, in the sense that, I mean, just if you look at human biology, it's like, all right, we have our neocortex is where all the thinking happens, right? But it's not really calling the shots at the end of the day. We have a much more primitive old brain structure, for which our neocortex, which is this powerful machinery, is basically just a kind of prediction and reasoning engine to help it kind of, like our very simple brain, decide how to plan and do what it needs to do in order to achieve these like very kind of basic impulses. And I think that you can think about some of the development of intelligence along the same lines, where just like our neocortex doesn't have free will or autonomy, um, we might develop these wildly intelligent systems that are much more intelligent than our neocortex, have much more capacity, but are the same way that our neocortex is sort of subservient and is used as a tool by our kind of simple impulse brain. It's I think that it's not out of the question that very intelligent systems that have the capacity to think will kind of act as that as sort of an extension of the neocortex doing. So I think my own view is that where we really need to be careful is on the development of autonomy and how we think about that. Because it's actually the case that relatively simple and unintelligent things that have runaway autonomy and just spread themselves, or it's like we have a word for that. It's a virus, right? It can be simple computer code that is not particularly intelligent, but just spreads itself and does a lot of harm, biologically or computer. And I just think that these are somewhat separable things. And a lot of what I think we need to develop when people talk about safety and responsibility is really the governance on the autonomy that can be given to systems. And to me, if I were a policymaker or think about this, I would really want to think about that distinction between these, where I think building intelligent systems can create a huge advance in terms of people's quality of life and productivity growth in the economy. But it's the autonomy part of this that I think we really need to make progress on how to govern these things responsibly before we build the capacity for them to make a lot of decisions on their own or give them goals or things like that. And I think that's a research problem, but I do think that to some degree these are somewhat separable things.
I love the distinction between intelligence and autonomy and the metaphor within neocortex. Let me ask about power. So building super intelligent systems, even if it's not in the near term, I think Meta is one of the few companies, if not the main company, that will develop this super intelligent system. And you are a man who's at the head of this company. Building AGI might make you the most powerful man in the world. Do you worry that power will corrupt you?
What a question. Look, I think realistically, this gets back to the open source things that we talked about before, which is I don't think that the world will be best served by any small number of organizations having this without it being something that is more broadly available. I think if you look through history, it's when there are these sort of like unipolar advances and things that, and like power imbalances that they're due into being kind of weird situations. So this is one of the reasons why I think open source is generally the right approach. And I think it's a categorically different question today when we're not close to superintelligence. I think that there's a good chance that even once we get closer to superintelligence, open sourcing remains the right approach, even though I think at that point it's a somewhat different debate. But I think part of that is that is, I think one of the best ways to ensure that the system is as secure and safe as possible. Because it's not just about a lot of people having access to it, it's the scrutiny that kind of comes with building an open source system. I think that this is a pretty widely accepted thing about open source is that you have the code out there, so anyone can see the vulnerabilities. Anyone can kind of mess with it in different ways. People can spin off their own projects and experiment in a ton of different ways. And the net result of all of that is that the systems just get hardened and get to be a lot safer and more secure. So I think that there's a chance that ends up being the way that this goes too, a pretty good chance, and that having this be open both leads to a healthier development of the technology and also leads to a more balanced distribution of the technology in a way that strike me as good values to aspire to.
But to you, there's risks to open sourcing, but the benefits outweigh the risks. At the two, it's interesting I think the way you put it well, that there's a different discussion now than when we get closer to development of superintelligence, of the benefits and risks of open sourcing.
Yeah, and to be clear, I felt quite confident in the assessment that open sourcing models now is net positive. I think there's a good argument that in the future it will be too, even as we get closer to superintelligence. But I certainly have not decided on that yet, and I think that it becomes a somewhat more complex set of questions that I think people will have time to debate, and will also be informed by what happens between now and then, and to make those decisions. We don't have to necessarily just debate that theory.
What year do you think we'll have a superintelligence?
I mean, that's pure speculation. I think it's very clear, just taking a step back, that we had a big breakthrough in the last year, right, where the LLMs and diffusion models basically reached a scale where they're able to do some pretty interesting things. And then I think the question is what happens from here. And just to paint the two extremes, on the on one side, it's like, okay, we just had one breakthrough. If we just have like another breakthrough like that, or maybe two, then we can have something that's truly crazy, right? And is just like so much more advanced. And on that side of the argument, it's like, okay, well, maybe we're only a couple of big steps away from reaching something that looks more like general intelligence. Okay, that's one side of the argument. Then the other side, which is what we've historically seen a lot more, is that a breakthrough leads to, in that Gartner hype cycle, there's like the hype, and then there's the trough of disillusionment after, when like people think that there's a chance that, hey, okay, there's a big breakthrough, maybe we're about to get another big breakthrough, and it's like, actually, you're not about to get another breakthrough. You're actually just going to have to stick with this one for a while, and it could be 5 years, it could be 10 years, it could be 15 years until you figure out the kind of the next big thing that needs to get figured out. And but I think that the fact that we just had this breakthrough sort of makes it so that we're at a point of almost a very wide error bars on what happens next. I think the traditional technical view, or like looking at the industry, would suggest that we're not just going to stack in a like breakthrough on top of breakthrough on top of breakthrough like every 6 months or something. Right now, I think it will. I would guess that it will take somewhat longer in between these, but I don't know. I tend to be pretty optimistic about breakthroughs too. So I think if you normalize for my normal optimism, then maybe it would be even slower than I'm saying. But even within that, like I'm not even opining on the question of how many breakthroughs are required to get to general intelligence, because no one knows.
But this particular breakthrough was such a small step that resulted in such a big leap in performance as experienced by human beings, that it makes you think, wow, as we stumble across this very open world of research, will we stumble across another thing that will have a giant leap in performance? And also, we don't know exactly at which stage is it really going to be impressive, because it feels like it's really encroaching on impressive levels of intelligence. You still didn't answer the question of what year we're going to have superintelligence. I'd like to hold you to that. No, I'm just kidding. But is there something you could say about the timeline as you think about the development of AGI, superintelligence systems?
Sure. So I still don't think I have any particular insight on when like a singular AI system that is a general intelligence will get created. But I think the one thing that most people in the discourse that I've seen about this haven't really grappled with is that we do seem to have organizations and structures in the world that exhibit greater than human intelligence already. So, one example is a company. It acts as an entity. It has a singular brand. Obviously, it's a collection of people. But I certainly hope that Meta, with tens of thousands of people, make smarter decisions than one person. But I think that would be pretty bad if it didn't. Um, Another example that I think is even more removed from the way we think about like the personification of intelligence, which is often implied in some of these questions, is think about something like the stock market. Right, the stock market is, it takes inputs. It's a distributed system. It's like a cybernetic organism that, you know, probably millions of people around the world are basically voting every day by choosing what to invest in. But it's basically this organism or structure that is smarter than any individual that we use to allocate capital as efficiently as possible around the world. And I do think that this notion that there are already these cybernetic systems that are either melding the intelligence of multiple people together or melding the intelligence of multiple people and technology together to form something which is dramatically more intelligent than any individual in the world, is something that seems to exist and that we seem to be able to harness in a productive way for our society, as long as we basically build these structures in balance with each other. So I don't know. I mean, that at least gives me hope that as we advance the technology, and I don't know how long exactly it's going to be, but if you ask when is this going to exist, I think to some degree we already have many organizations in the world that are smarter than a single human, and that seems to be something that is generally productive and advancing humanity.
And somehow the individual AI systems empower the individual humans and the interaction between the humans to make that collective intelligence machinery that you're referring to smarter. It's not like AI is becoming super intelligent. It's just becoming the engine that's making the collective intelligence is primarily human more intelligent. Yeah, it's educating the humans better. It's making them better informed. It's making it more efficient for them to communicate effectively and debate ideas. And through that process, just making the whole collective intelligence more and more and more intelligent. Maybe faster than the individual AI systems that are trained on human data anyway are becoming. Maybe the collective intelligence of the human species might outpace the development of AI. Just like
I think there is a balance in here, because I mean, if like, you know, if a lot of the input that the systems are being trained on is basically coming from feedback from people, then a lot of the development does need to happen in human time, right? It's not like a machine will just be able to go learn all this stuff about how people think about stuff. There's a cycle to how this gets to work.
This is an exciting world we're living in, and that you're at the forefront of developing. One of the ways you keep yourself humble, like we mentioned with jiu-jitsu, is doing some really difficult challenges, mental and physical. One of those you've done very recently is the Murph Challenge. And you got a really good time. It's 100 pull-ups, 200 push-ups, 300 squats, and in a mile before and a mile run after. You got under 40 minutes on that. What was the hardest part? I think a lot of people were very impressed. It's a very impressive time.
Yeah, I was
How crazy are you?
It was the question I'm asking. Wasn't my best time, but anything under 40 minutes I'm happy with.
Yeah. It wasn't your best time.
Nah, I think I've done faster before, but not much. I mean, it's and of my friends, I did not win on Memorial Day. One of my friends did it actually several minutes faster than me. But just to clear up one thing that I think was, I saw a bunch of questions about this on the internet. There are multiple ways to do the Murph challenge. There's a kind of partitioned mode where you do sets of pull-ups, push-ups, and squats together. And then there's unpartitioned where you do the 100 pull-ups and then the 200 push-ups and then the 300 squats in serial. And obviously, if you're doing them unpartitioned, then it takes longer to get through the 100 pull-ups, because anytime you're resting in between the pull-ups, you're not also doing push-ups and squats. So I'm sure my unpartitioned time would be quite a bit slower. But no, I think at the end of this, first of all, I think it's a good way to honor Memorial Day, right? It's this lieutenant Murphy, basically, this was one of his favorite exercises, and I just try to do it on Memorial Day each year. It's a good workout. I got my older daughters to do it with me this time. They My oldest daughter wants a weight vest because she sees me doing it with a weight vest. I don't know if a 7-year-old should be using a weight vest to do pull-ups, but
A difficult question a parent must ask themselves. Yes.
I was like, maybe I can make you a very lightweight vest, but I didn't think we could do it. So she basically did a quarter Murph. So she ran a quarter mile and then did 25 pull-ups, 50 push-ups, and 75 air squats, and ran another quarter mile in 15 minutes, which I was pretty impressed by. And my 5-year-old too. So I was excited about that, and I'm glad that I'm teaching them kind of the value of physicality. But I think a good day for Max, my daughter, is when she gets to go to the gym with me and cranks out a bunch of pull-ups. So I love that about her. I mean, I think it's good. She's hopefully I'm teaching her some good lessons. But
I mean, the broader question here is, given how busy you are, given how much stuff you have going on in your life, what's like the perfect exercise regimen for you to keep yourself happy, to keep yourself productive in your main line of work?
yeah, so I mean, I'm focused most of my workouts on fighting. So jujitsu and MMA. But I don't know. I mean, maybe if you're a professional, you can do that every day. I can't. I just get it's too many bruises and things that you need to recover from. So I do that 3 to 4 times a week, and then the other days I just try to do a mix of things, like just cardio conditioning, strength building, mobility.
So you try to do something physical every day.
Yeah, I try to, unless I'm just so tired that I just need to relax. But then I'll still try to go for a walk or something. I mean, even here, I don't know. Have you been on the roof here yet? You're on the roof after us, but it's like we designed this building, and I put a park on the roof, so that way that's like my meetings when I'm just doing a one-on-one or talking to a couple of people. I have a very hard time just sitting. I feel like you get super stiff. It feels really bad. But I don't know. Being physical is very important. I think it's. I do not believe this gets to the question about AI. I don't think that a being is just a mind. I think we're kind of meant to do things, and physically, and a lot of the sensations that we feel are connected to that. And I think that's a lot of what makes you a human. Is basically having that set of sensations and experiences around that, coupled with a mind to reason about them. But I don't know. I think it's important for balance to kind of get out, challenge yourself in different ways, learn different skills, clear your mind.
Do you think AI, in order to become super intelligent, is
It depends on what the goal is. I think that there's this assumption in that question that intelligence should be person-like, whereas as we were just talking about, you can have these greater than single human intelligent organisms like the stock market, which obviously do not have bodies and do not speak a language, right? And and just kind of have their own system. But so I don't know. My guess is there will be limits to what a system that is purely an intelligence can understand about the human condition without having the same, not just senses, but our bodies change as we get older, right? And we can evolve. I think that those very subtle physical changes just drive a lot of social patterns and behavior around when you choose to have kids, right? Just all these, that's not even subtle, that's a major one, right? But how you design things around the house. So yeah, I mean, I think if the goal is to understand people as much as possible, I think that's trying to model those sensations is probably somewhat important, but I think that there's a lot of value that can be created by having intelligence, even that is separate from that. It's a separate thing.
So one of the features of being human is that we're mortal, we die. We've talked about AI a lot, about potentially replicas of ourselves. Do you think there will be AI replicas of you and me that persist long after we're gone, that family and loved ones can talk to?
I think we'll have the capacity to do something like that. And I think one of the big questions that we've had to struggle with in the context of social networks is who gets to make that. And my answer to that, in the context of the work that we're doing, is that should be your choice. Right? I don't think anyone should be able to choose to make a Lex bot that people can choose to talk to and get to train that. And we have this precedent of making some of these calls where someone can create a page for a Lex fan club, but you can't create a page and say that you're Lex, right? So I think that similarly, I think maybe someone maybe should be able to make an AI that's a Lex admirer that someone can talk to, but I think it should ultimately be your call whether there is a Lex AI.
Well, I'm open sourcing the Lex. So you're a man of faith. What role has faith played in your life, in your understanding of the world, in your understanding of your own life, in your understanding of your work and how your work impacts the world?
Yeah, I think that there's a few different parts of this that are relevant. There's sort of a philosophical part and there's a cultural part. And one of the most basic lessons is right at the beginning of Genesis, right? It's like God creates the earth and creates people in God's image, and there's the question of what does that mean? And the only context that you have about God at that point in the Old Testament is that God has created things. So I always thought that one of the interesting lessons from that is that there's a virtue in creating things that is, like, whether it's artistic or whether you're building things that are functionally useful for other people. I think that by itself is a good. And that kind of drives a lot of how I think about morality, my personal philosophy around like what is a good life, right? I think it's one where you're helping the people around you and you're being a kind of positive, creative force in the world that is helping to bring new things into the world, whether they're amazing other people, kids, or just leading to the creation of different things that are possible. And so that's a value for me that matters deeply. And I just love spending time with the kids and seeing that they sort of trying to impart this value to them. And it's like, nothing makes me happier than like when I come home from work and I see like my daughter's like building Legos on the table or something. It's like, all right, I did that when I was a kid. Right, so many other people are doing this, and like I hope you don't lose that spirit where when you kind of grow up and you want to just continue building different things no matter what it is. To me, that's a lot of what matters. That's the philosophical piece. I think the cultural piece is just about community and values, and that part of things I think has just become a lot more important to me since I've had kids. It's almost autopilot when you're a kid. You're in the kind of getting imparted to phase of your life, but I didn't really think about religion that much for a while. I was in college before I had kids, and then I think having kids has this way of really making you think about what traditions you want to impart and how you want to celebrate and what balance you want in your life. A bunch of the questions that you've asked and a bunch of the things that we're talking about.
Just the irony of the curtains coming down as we're talking about mortality. So once again,
yeah,
same as last time. This is just the universe works. We are definitely living in a simulation. We go ahead on community, tradition, values, the faith,
Well, I mean,
religions.
a lot of the topics that we've talked about today are around how do you balance, whether it's running a company or different responsibilities with this. How do you kind of balance that? And I always also just think that's very grounding to just believe that there's something that is much bigger than you that is God.
That, amongst other things, gives you a bit of humility. As you pursue that spirit of creating these things, like you're creating beauty in the world. As Dostoevsky said, beauty will save the world. Mark, I'm a huge fan of yours. Honored to be able to call you a friend, and I'm looking forward to both kicking your ass and you kicking my ass on the mat tomorrow in jiu-jitsu. This incredible sport and art that we both participate in. Thank you so much for talking today. Thank you for everything you're doing in so many exciting realms of technology and human life. I can't wait to talk to you again in the metaverse.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Isaac Asimov. It is change, continuing change, inevitable change, that is the dominant factor in society today. No sensible decision can be made any longer without taking into account not only the world as it is, but the world as it will be. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. You know who drank? Churchill.
That's my that's my guy.
Yeah.
You know that's my guy, right?
So he did champagne.
You don't have to tell me a thing about Winston Churchill. I found out about his daily routine.
Yeah.
So his daily routine was big breakfast, cigar, coffee, egg sunny side up, toast, bacon, sausage, tomato, beans, fruit, orange juice, soft scotch, cigar in bed, and he'd sit there for 3 hours. And then he'd get in the bathtub and drink champagne. And then he'd go to lunch and have some goose with more champagne. And then he'd take a nap. And I love that. So every year on the day of his death, I think it's January 24th, I celebrate Winston Churchill's life by living the way he did. And so I have breakfast in bed with a soft scotch, and I just party all day. That would be the guy to drink.
The following is a conversation with Bert Kreischer, a stand-up comedian, podcaster, actor, and a man they call the Machine. I've been a fan of his comedy and podcast for many years, and I highly recommend you watch him on Birdcast, Two Bears, One Cave, with Tom Segura, his cooking show called Something is Burning, and finally, the new movie that tells the story of the man, the legend, the machine. This is the Rex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, dear friends, here's Bert. I read somewhere that you like Ernest Hemingway. There's a quote, "There's nothing to writing. All you do is sit down at a typewriter and bleed." Do you agree with that?
Oh, fuck.
Well, I agree with that.
The only guy who's worse
I
than
can't
Zuckerberg.
I can't write stand-up. I can't write a bit, but if I journal, I'll find something that I go just write. Kind of writing where the pen's moving faster than your brain, and they're kind of doing it together. The thing I liked about Ernest Hemingway, this is so stupid. I'm a little dyslexic because I'm not a good reader. And so he wrote very simply. And it wasn't until after I read a bunch of Ernest Hemingway, I was looking for Barnes & Noble, and this person said, "Don't you love his titles?" And I was like, "Yeah, Sun Also Rises." And they're like, "Yeah, but Sun Also Rises." And I was like, "Yeah, Sun Also Rises." And they're like, "No, the Sun Also Rises." And I went, "Oh.
How many fucking times?
Oh, yeah, that's fucking badass." Yeah. And then I'm always late to the party with anything. And then that night we were all doing coke. And it was like 5 in the morning. We ended up on the roof of my apartment in Greenwich Village. Like I'm a sunset guy. I grew up in Florida, but sunrises in New York are electric blue, like electric blue. And I was like, the sun also rising.
Yeah, he was so good with just a handful of words.
Yeah.
The simplicity, the choice of words. Like basically his process is carving down.
Right drunk, edit, sober.
Right drunk, edit, sober.
Yeah, but he was good at like a small amount of words to get a point across. I'm the exact fucking opposite.
Well, he's also said the first draft of anything is always shit. Is that true for you?
I think so. But that's what I have.
Because nothing there. But for you, editing is destroying the original.
The first time I tell it, it's perfect. It's perfect. It works. And then I go great, and then I take it and I try to fix it and make it better and jazzier. I just joke and razzle dazzle about my daughter's not driving past this deaf child sign, and I just told it on stage. It just happened, and Louis was in the audience because I love that joke. I said, "Really?" He goes, "Yeah." And I just told it. No, it's done. Louis C.K. says he likes the joke. It's in the special. And I tried to fucking razzle dazzle that joke into like a 15-minute bit. It got to the point where it was so bad. I told him, podcast with him, I said, "What did you like about that joke? Because I can't get it to work anymore." Because it was just simple. It was simple that your daughter didn't know how to figure out where deaf kids lived. And that's it. He was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Nothing about gun control?" He was like, "Huh?" I was like, "Oh, fuck, man. I really fucked that joke up." And then I had to go back to the beginning of it. But that first time, that's when the joke comes out purest for me, and then it's always chasing back to get that first telling. Some jokes are different, like The Machine. Obviously, is a much longer story, and Escape Room for this one. The longer stories take a little work, but the simple ones, like the deaf child in pajamas, those first times are perfect.
What do you think is it about the Machine story that works? That was so captivating for people.
I don't know. I really wish I don't know. I think it's a good story. I think it's a good story. I think everyone has something similar that happened in their life where they had a crazy night and that no one believed, and they told their friends or they experienced that with a friend like that, and I think that's got to be it. I really don't know. I think there's a part of the like our community of comedy fans that were that early Death Squad that was fun to watch someone take something from the podcast and turn it into a bit on stage.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of that, but I think people identify with a wild, crazy night that got out of control that they probably had too. I think. I don't fucking know.
Do you think Putin knows who you are because of that story?
I hope so. But there's a part of me that you got to understand is like, I'm not. I say stuff like that. I'm sure there's someone hears that and they go, "Who is this fucking narcissist?" You're like, "No, that's not it. I'm just telling you the truth." Like, I understand what I'm supposed to say. I don't know. I don't know. That's hard to say. I don't fucking give a shit about that guy. I'm not that guy. I'm telling you everything that comes out of my mouth. The second it comes out, I'm going to be 100% honest. I don't know any other way to live. I kind of hope so. That would be fucking cool. And I know I guess he's a bad dude. I don't follow politics to him. It would be cool if, like, one day someone's like, he's on his computer and somebody goes, "Stoleta." And he's like, "Yeah, that must be it." He's like, "Oh, yes, yeah, what are you doing?" And he's like, and he shows it to him, and then like, "Yeah, fuck is this guy, huh?"
It's not out of the realm of possibility that Putin's watched it. And this podcast is kind of made me realize how like small the world is. We've gotten to meet some incredibly
Yeah, especially the
interesting people.
Like that's the thing where I go, it's gotten really crazy. The internet's really insane, and Netflix is really insane, and the reach of like people that like is really simple. But like, I'm a big fan of the show Drink Champs. I didn't think a million years ago I would ever know who I was. And then he offered me to come to his podcast, and then when I got there, he told me he was a fan of mine. And I went, like, I remember moving to New York, listening to you, and Capone. Like, I'm sitting there going, wow. Like, and the phone calls I've gotten since the movie came out and since Razzle Dazzle came out have been really insane when you realize as much as I know about people, and there's people I'm fans that don't know who I am, but they're like some pitcher in fucking Florida that I follow the kids. I it's fun to watch the pitch. There was a softball player in Tempe, and she do catching drills, and I was really into softball with my daughter to watch her catching drills. There's a girl, Dee Glazer, who me and my daughters will watch her dance videos, and I hit her up. She's like, "You know who I am?" And you're like, "Oh yeah, that's the way the world works."
What theater would you drink with? Russian Putin. So Putin doesn't drink much. Zelensky drinks more. But also not much.
Boris Yeltsin would have been a fucking good one. I mean, like, I go, Hitler was a pussy. Like, he drank wine with a spoonful of sugar in it.
Never drank.
What?
Churchill.
That's my guy.
Yeah.
You know that's my guy, right?
Right. So he did champagne.
You don't have to tell me anything about Winston Churchill. I found out about his daily routine.
Yeah.
So his daily routine was big breakfast, cigar, coffee, eggs sunny side up, toast, bacon, sausage, tomato, beans, fruit, orange juice, soft scotch, cigar in bed, and he'd sit there for 3 hours. And he'd hold morning breakfast. And that's what they'd come in and he'd run through his day. And then he'd get in the bathtub for fucking an hour and drink champagne. And then he'd go to lunch and have some goose or whatever the fuck they ate back then with more champagne. And then he'd take a nap. And like, I love that. So every year on the day of his death, and it's January 24th, I celebrate Winston Churchill's life by living the way he did. And so I have breakfast in bed with the soft scotch, and I just party all fucking day. That would be the guy to drink with. That would be the guy if you could pick anyone to drink with.
He drank every day throughout the day.
He lived like 94.
And was one of the most heroic figures in human history. Never surrendered. I mean,
what a fucking badass thing. You know, he taught the queen. The queen was like a window licking idiot, right? Like she had a third grade education. So like her dad dies, she's like 10 or 12 or whatever. The first thing they do is they pull her out of school. They're like, you're done learning. You just gotta be the queen. You gotta know this is what you need to learn. Don't let people make eye contact with you. Put your hand out like this. Don't let people touch you. So she had like a really, I saw that. By the way, I didn't do this research. I just watched The Crown. Okay, and Winston Churchill kind of taught her about world politics, and was like, they like come in. She's like, "What did we do in Africa?" And he's like, "Oh, this is going to be a tough one." And so yeah, but Winston Churchill's the badass. But if I had to drink with someone living, like drink, there's a two obvious one. Like obviously, Kim Jong Un, right? Kind of want to. No, we don't. You think my IVs are good in the morning? You know, Kim Jong Un's IVs are next. Like, I feel he's like, it's amphetamine. He would be a badass to drink.
I think he drinks hard liquor.
I think it's Scotch, Johnny Walker Blue. That's what I've heard.
I don't know what he heard. I like it.
Okay, so I say things like that, but I'm sure I don't know if you ever party with somebody who just parties a little different than you, and then you notice like sometimes celebrity like athletes, and then like you're at a strip club, and they talk weird to a woman. You're like, oh, that's not me. I'm so sorry. So that'd be the thing. The atrocities would be hard to get past with them.
Not just the atrocity, but the way of being. I agree with you. I actually don't like drinking rich and powerful people. There's something weird about it. Yeah. Not all of them.
Mm-hmm. But I don't like a drinking meeting. If someone goes, like people go like, hey, I'm taking you out tonight. We're drinking.
Yeah.
And then I go, oh, that's not the way I like to do it. It gives me anxiety. Like, our lives are very different.
You and I?
Yeah. Were you sturdy?
No. We can start there. No, it was not. And the differences continue from there. I'm sure.
So when you get your pledge pen, they take you out, and their whole thing is you're getting fucked up. That energy is not my energy. I don't like that. Like, I just go, why don't we just get drunk and feel really good about ourselves? Like, I never took mushrooms to see Jesus. I just wanted to enjoy rain next to a windshield. Like, so like that for me is like one of my things. So if Kim Jong Un flew me to North Korea to drink with him, I'd be like, I have to start really getting blackout drunk on the plane to enjoy drinking with him that day.
What's your favorite, like, different occasions? What's your favorite drink? What's your favorite way of drinking?
I forgot. That was varied.
So what are the different contexts? Is it one-on-one?
One-on-one?
Like you sit down with, I don't know, Rogan invites you, like it's the Godfather, to sit down and finally talk about something.
It's going to be whiskey. It's going to be like a nice whiskey.
Meat?
No, I like it on the rocks. I like lots of rocks. It won't be something expensive because Rogan is not a fancy boy. You know, like he's a real regular dude. He's a really regular dude. He's gotten less regular than more millions of dollars he has. I think there's parts of him where you're like, oh, wow, we can do this.
Yeah.
But he's a great. He'd be like Jack on the Rocks or like Buffalo Trace, one of the bigger in the whiskey side. Rogan be whiskey, rocks, and then like that's. I haven't hung out with Joe by ourselves. I think that was the other night. But like, it would be cool. My times with Joe's are always on podcast.
Yeah.
I miss the times where we just have you with him at the store late night.
Yeah, I'm okay with podcasts. Like I used to think this is like performative or something like this, but it's not really.
No,
It's just a chance to really sit down.
I enjoy it because of the people I could never sit down with. Like David Cross. I would never sit down with David Cross because we don't run in the same circles. But it's nice he has something to promote. And then he comes to my house and then we can sit down for an hour and talk. And then for Kevin Smith. Like people I would never really hang out with. Tom, I enjoy being alone with Tom more. Yeah. We have a lot of history. There's a lot of things, secrets we know about each other, and there's a lot of secrets going on in each other's lives that I would never share on podcasts that I can talk to him about. And I really appreciate his. And I know this isn't on brand of us beating each other up, but like I really appreciate his insight as a dad, and as a dude, and as a son. But he makes me giggle harder than anyone. So doing a podcast is fun.
So there's something on a podcast that's performative for you with him, and then there's a part.
Me and him, because we're trying to make each other laugh. But I'll tell you, if we're going back to drinks, I'll tell you, like a great afternoon drink is a Campari Spritz. It's one of my favorite drinks.
I don't even know what that is. Campari Spritz.
Campari is an interesting alcohol because I think it's a bitter or it's a liqueur, and it's got a weird rooty, earthy taste. It's red, so it looks like Kool-Aid. That's why I got into it. I thought Campari on Ice would be oh so nice. There's a whole commercial. But man, it's fucking like sucking the Green Giant's dick. It is earthy.
What's earthy?
It's like it tastes like roots. It's not. There's a bitterness and it's just not great. And then someone introduced me to a Negroni, which is Campari and gin and a little soda water, and then Campari Spritz. Campari Spritz is Campari, Prosecco, and soda water, and like a wine glass, and it is so enjoyable. It's got so many different profiles to it where you get the bitterness with the sweetness of the Prosecco, and then it flattens it out with the soda water, and it looks like Kool-Aid, so I love it. That's one of my favorite drinks to share in your context. Oh, you're in Italy, and you've been walking around Venice, and everyone went their own ways, and the whole family comes back together, and you meet at a statue, and your wife's sweating, and she's uncomfortable, and your daughters are 16 and 18, and they're like, what are we doing with the rest of the day? And you go, hey guys, it's Europe. Does anyone want a Campari Spritz? And everyone goes, I don't know what that is. And you go, or Campari Spritz. It's a minor in alcohol, so it's not going to light them up. But it gives them a little bit of a buzz where they're like, yeah, these are nice. I let them drink hers, so I drank hers. Georgia had hers. Leanne had hers. And we ordered another round. I ordered, and they're fucking refreshing. And the buzz is perfect. It's not too much because it's just a little bit of champagne and some Campari. The buzz is perfect, and then a couple of them, and then they kind of disappear, and then you keep walking around again. That's a great fucking drink.
You ever drink alone? So there's two kinds of alone. One is alone like at a bar. There's other people, but they're strangers. And you're kind of like out there.
Tell more people I'll be alone, and then I'll tell you the rest.
There's all kinds. There's alone on a train. The fast forward and stuff.
Right, it's on the
Playing.
train.
And then there's just alone in an empty home,
In the hotel room.
hotel.
And it's Sunday night, and you're packing your bags, and you got a flight at 6 a.m. But Roadhouse is on, and you're like, shit. You go down to the front desk and you go, is the bar still open? And they go, yeah, can I order something to take to my room? Sure. How about 6 Heinekens? 6 Heinekens? Yeah, my wife wanted one too. She loves it. You murderer. And you just say to yourself, I'm just getting 6 so that if I have 4, I just know I have 2 extra ones. And then you go through 6 and you're like, oh man, I'm not done yet. Dude, I've drank in every alone scenario you can possibly think of. I've drank alone in a helicopter with a dude who didn't know I was drinking. I was like, can I drink in here? And he's like, absolutely not. And then I poured it in a flask and opened it and drank it. And he's like, dude, we're in a fucking helicopter. You don't think I smell that? The best alone drinking you can ever do, in my opinion, now we're getting into the weeds on it, is alone behind someone's back. When they don't know you're drinking, but you're drinking. Like Christmas shopping. And your wife says, all right, let's all split up. And you go, cool. And it's like 11 o'clock on a Sunday. And they just opened that bar by the elevator in the Beverly Center. And you just sneak over and you go, hey, man, can I get a double jack on the Rothschild for us? And you're like, sure. And you just have it and you just go, let's just, and then you're off. And then you're like, yeah. And then you'll sneak one. Sneak it. And then you're buzzed and nobody knows. And then your wife's like, you've been drinking? You're like, what? Yeah, I'm drinking by myself in a fucking hall. Yeah, on Christmas. How sad do you think I am? And then you go, yeah, I am.
What about you? Do you ever drink in a dark place?
So I had a chick break up, or a chick cheat on me when I came back from Russia, and she's not one of my best friends. And I didn't know how to deal with the emotions I had. And my buddy, my counselor, said, I can tell you this: if you drink, they go away. And I went, okay. And that was the first and kind of last time I ever did that. Because I did it, I've done it a couple times, but I try to avoid if there's emotion going down. Like, meaning, not when it's anxiety, but like depression. I kind of sit in the depression, or anxiety. I lean towards alcohol, like anxiety, like about flying, or just like getting worked up over something. But with depression, I try to avoid alcohol, just sit in it. Because I've gone there before. But anxiety is I land all the time.
Depression, heartbreak, all that. You just sit and feel.
Yeah. Heartbreak's a weird one for me. So, like, the last time I got my heart broken, Leanne dumped me. We were dating for like 4 months, and she broke up with me. And my instinct was to have a drink. My friends went to this Middle Eastern restaurant, and I told them what was going on. And my buddy was like, let's get a cocktail. And I was like, I don't want this. I got to figure this out. Because I want this chick. If I start drinking, I'll be like, fuck it. So I got to figure it out. Like, I wonder, I'm going to find out my dad dies one day. Or my mom. But my dad will be the rough one. My mom will be equally as rough. My dad and I were really close. And I wonder if, I've thought about this a lot, if I'll have a drink dealing with that. Like, I think about that a lot. I keep saying everything I get with my dad is extra. My dad had a 100% blockage in his widowmaker twice. And both times they saved his life. He got a stint 12 or 13 years ago, and then he just got a stint this last year. But so everything I get to do, I feel like is extra. And so, he was just at the premiere of my movie, and he got to see that, and he had a very emotional response. And I got that from him, and I was like, that's that little ice on the cake. I did. The arena in Tampa was the first time he ever saw me do stand up. That was like a little extra. So all these things I'm getting with him are all extra. So I have, at least 74. So yeah, that'll be a tough one.
But at the premiere, he was sad.
Yeah, he came out, he was sobbing, crying. He goes, I've underestimated you your whole life. And I was like, what? And he was like, and he was shaking. He goes, I just underestimated you. I didn't know you were this. I didn't know whatever. It was really hard to understand this, to be honest with you. Don't even what he said. He might have just not like the movie.
I think you were here. What did you learn about life?
It's not going to make sense want to feel like sometimes I'm like a professional fucking wrestler because all I care about you come and see me do stand up. So whatever I got to do to get you there. But the number one thing, my one takeaway from that man is stability. I've applied it in different ways throughout my career. My 26th birthday, he gave me a really aggressive speech. I was hungover and I thought he was going to say, "Go happy birthday." So I picked up the phone. And I was like, "Hey," he was like, "You are a tremendous piece of shit." And he broke me off. You have what you know, you have no this, you'll never succeed at anything. You're lying to yourself, you're lying to everyone around you, you're not doing what you're going after your dream. I broke you, I failed you as a father, this and that. I was like, I thought you were going to wish me happy birthday. And so in that speech, he told me if I wanted something, I had to go at it and I had to go after it as hard as I could. And I had to do whatever I could do to achieve that. In this case, it was offering to do anything at Comedy Club to get on stage. I told him that's not how it works. He said, "No, that's how it works for some poor kid from Harlem because that kid needs it. Because you've grown up in privilege all life, you don't need it. You think you're going to be fine." And so I went, and I ended up getting a job at the door. But it was humbling. It's really like it made me feel uncomfortable. And so that humility it's the first time I really understood humility, and I've applied that in many respects in getting to be a paid regular at the comedy store that happened late in life, which I think most people would give up and be like, "Yeah, fuck that. I'm already a touring comic. I'm on TV. I don't need that." But it's something I wanted, and I knew I wanted, so I just humbly went after it. And then I think I still apply it when it comes to selling tickets or selling a project to fans. Or even to doing podcasts, I try to be as honest as I can about whatever I'm going through, whatever I'm dealing with. But when it comes to like selling things, I don't have a problem trying to make fun of myself or get in front of people so that they know that I have a show. Because the thing I'm good at, the one thing I know I'm good at, stand up, and I say that humbly, but like I want them to come there. So like when people make fun of me before, they're like, "Yeah, I'm not some clown in a Speedo who's gonna. I'm a real comic," and I go, "Okay," but I want them at my shows, and you can be that guy, and I'll be this guy.
Yeah, the clown in the Speedo.
Yeah, like, what are you gonna do? Plenty of people make fun of me for taking my shirt off. Like I guess I'll have my back. No one ever does it to me. Like no one would ever. Comics aren't that bad.
Yeah.
But I always go like, "What do you care? What do you care?"
And you love taking your shirt off?
Literally.
You know, when something becomes meme and becomes super popular, it becomes easy to not love the thing anymore, to get tired of it. You still love it?
Well, more than anything. I like being shirtless more than having a shirt. I'm very uncomfortable in a shirt.
Yeah.
Like right now, and I have tactile issues. Like I have legit tactile issues. I'm most comfortable in stretchy jeans with a loose fitting belt, and then these shirts exactly. But I like more like a V-neck. I can feel this on my neck right now. And I can feel it on my arms, and so I'll sit a certain way because it just rubs me wrong. Yeah, I'm more comfortable shirtless. I can never wear it either.
Yeah, well, this is my shirtless. Each of us have to find our place in this world in terms of fashion.
I would love to be able to wear what you wear because it looks good.
It feels like an escape from convention.
For you and me.
Both of us.
Yeah.
Because nobody wears this. Unless you work security for somebody.
Yeah, but it looks good for people.
Does it?
You know, I think people think, I don't like, they say, like, what if you lose weight? You can't take your shirt off anymore? I go, no, I'm going to take my shirt off. Yeah, if I get out of your mind, I'm going to take my shirt off all the time.
You mentioned early on heartbreak after the Russia trip with a girl who slept with your friend. Let's go back to Hemingway quotes. The best way to find out if you can trust somebody is to trust them. But to go all in with the trust. I love Hemingway so much. Have you been betrayed in your life?
Yeah.
What do you think about trust?
It's an interesting question. I've been betrayed in my professional life a couple times by really close friends, and I'm not someone who can like. I have a mantra that I mean, I don't know if people have heard it or not. Like, I hate sharing it, but it's true. The mantra is, so you think I'm weak? Like, do you think like that's my thing? I feel like people take advantage of me, and I go, oh, so you think I'm weak? Forget everyone that like and I name the people that have betrayed me. I'm a larger man than all of them, and so that's what really fucks with me is I go, you think I'm weak? Like where I grew up, when you do stuff, there was physical consequences. I grew up before that, like I've been beaten up a bunch. I'm not saying I can fight, but like I'm not scared of getting beaten up. And the times that I've been betrayed, and even I know even like by Ari, which people see that drugging as a betrayal, and I did for a period, but it was only because it was Ari who was one of my best friends, and me and him had to work through that because I couldn't not love him, like I couldn't not have him in my life. He means a lot to me. He really does. He's a great friend to have, but he's also I don't know what was going on with him at that time, but he made a bad decision, and I had to forgive him for that because I knew he knew my life. I think I'm harder to trust people now. I'm not as apt to trust people at all. But there was a moment, I don't know if I've ever shared this, and I don't know how this will sound. There was a moment that information got leaked about a thing, and all my managers and agents, both Tom and our managers and agents would like to separate us, or one of them get both of us. It's just more lucrative for them. So they've always kind of pitted us against each other a little bit, and they do it subtly. They'll do it to me and my team, and then his team will do it to me, and then my team will do it to him, and his team will do it to him. And there was a moment where information got leaked about this thing I was doing, and my team was like, just so you know, your boy Tommy is the rat. And I had to, it was the one time, and Leanne said, do you think Tom would do that? Said, I don't know how faith works. Like, I'm not a super religious person, but I will tell you that I believe in Tom, and I don't think he did it. And I will stand by that ignorantly. And I will ride or die with him because I cannot live in a world where I don't trust him. If I don't trust him, then I am so fucked. And it wasn't him. It wasn't him. And it's a cool feeling to know that you could blindly trust someone, blindly have faith in someone, know that they have your best interest at heart. But yeah, it took me a while to get there. Rogan helped me get there because I wasn't trusting him or Joey or Tommy or anyone. I wasn't trusting anyone. I'd gotten in a bad thing and I just wasn't trusting anybody. And Rogan, I was like, yeah, I don't know. I couldn't understand why Rogan was interested in me. And I said to like someone else, like, is he gay? Like, what the fuck? Yeah. And then he was just a nice guy. He was just a nice guy.
That'd be hilarious if Joe was sexually attracted to you this whole time. This whole time, it's the reason he keeps inviting you.
I would be more excited. If he tried to kiss me on the lips once, in a Scotty J way from Boogie Nights, where he's like, "What? You like my car?"
Yeah. You know, nobody would believe that story.
No one. Yeah. If I was Joe, I would kiss dudes all the time, and then when they didn't kiss back, go, you know.
Yeah. When you trust people like that, and they fuck you over, that can really, really, really hurt.
You end up on a treadmill in a hotel room, fighting with them. You fight with them all the time. You fight with them constantly. And I have this thing like I ruminate on an idea, and I can't get it out of my head. And I hear the words they say, and I am all in your head. All in your head. Just fucking fighting, and then and then one day you get past it. Like one day you just go, fuck them. I'm not gonna give them real estate, and then you just forget about them. And then they reach out and they'll try to be a dick or a bully because they're bullies. They're bullies is what they are. Don't ever forget it. They're fucking bullies. And they got bullied. It's not their fault. They got bullied. And then they try to pull you, and you don't have any connection anymore. You're like, oh, you can go fuck yourself. You can actually go fuck yourself. You're not my boss. You're not my wife. You don't fuck me. You don't pay me. Get the fuck out of my life.
But this kind of mantra that you're not weak, you still want to be able to be fragile to the world and appear weak almost.
I am. I mean, that's the problem. I think I am pretty fucking weak. I think I'm not the strongest dude out there. I have really thin skin. I get my feelings hurt all the time.
Yeah.
And so, but it sucks when you watch your friend see something in you that you go, or they go, oh, fucking, he's not paying attention. Fuck him. Let's take his money. You know, fuck him. He doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. Look, he's a drunk alcoholic, and you go, oh no, bitch, I pay attention. Like I'm wide awake. I'm here. I'm working my ass off. You're not gonna fucking.
But that's the tough thing about you and Tom Segura. You're at the top of your game, on the top of the world, some of the most famous comics in the world, and you could see money start to creep in, business decisions.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a tough place.
It's really tough. It's really tough. Especially as we're growing. And I'll tell you what. I don't know how much I'm allowed to say, but I can tell you this. We had a business deal where feelings were getting involved, and money was involved, and the money was causing feelings.
That shit
And
was
one of us said to the other person, "Our feelings are more important than the money. So let's just split the money." And it was really like a solid moment where both of us were like, "That is how we should run."
It's the interesting things with bands.
What do
They
you
have
think?
popular
judge
bands
this
that
as
split
yeah,
even.
This is
Yeah.
double A
Even though it's
ball.
clear that the contribution is not even. It's like there's a fine man, all that kind of stuff. But it's ultimately the right thing to do, to say fuck you to the money for the most part and prioritize the feelings.
Yeah, especially because I couldn't do it without him. He couldn't do it without me. We do it separately. We'll have guest pairs on. Some will blow up, some won't. You can never figure it out, but when we're together, it does well. And so we need each other for it to work. And we've, like I said, we're on a handshake deal with two bears, and no one likes that. But we're like, hey, to the point where they'll call me and go, yo, we have a deal to do this for X amount. Are you in? And I go, yeah. I won't check the books. I don't need to. I know him. I just know him.
What do you love most about Tom's?
We saw a gay couple one time.
Mm-hmm. It's a good start.
And there was one guy was in khakis, and one guy was in jean shorts with a python around his neck. And Tom goes, if we were gay, which one would you be? I said, I'm fucking python. And he was like, yeah, I'm khaki. And I go, really? And he goes, yeah, that's how we work. And he goes, all relationships are pythons and khakis. And I went, really? And he goes, look at you in the end. Who do you think you are? I go, I'm python. And he goes, she's khaki. And he goes, me and Push? I go, oh, she's python. He goes, then I'm khaki. He goes, I'll always be khaki. And sometimes I'll have a relationship where I'm a python, but I'm usually a khaki.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, I am a little bit of a lunatic. I'll tell you a moment that explains me and him that the world will never see. It was just a great moment. We got stem cells were broken one weekend.
Yeah.
And one day. And I had surgery in my arm, and I didn't want to do it. I was terrified. Tom just said, just come out and meet up. Tom knew he was going to make me get them. Mm-hmm. And so I got them. And he, Joe's there, and so we're just all talking. Yeah. And Tom can see that I'm spinning out a little bit. And I get in the car, and Tom's got a porch, so we're right next to each other. And I just want to feel if it's swollen. And it is a little swollen because I just got an injection. And Tom's driving, and he's got his hand in the thing. He just puts his hand on my arm, and he goes, you're okay. He was watching. He knows me so well that he knows that I'm spinning out of control. He's like, yeah. And I was like, and I felt okay. I was like, you're right. I'm okay. What the fuck am I doing? My brain's not great.
Man, that guy got so much love in him.
Dude, he does. He has, he had a fantastic relationship with his dad. And I think whatever that dude did to create that dude, he hit it out of the fucking park. Because he has so much love that he doesn't need reciprocated like at all. Like he can just love, and then it feels good for him to give and to like take care of someone. And like he started the whole birthday gift thing and he didn't need to. He just was like, "Hey man, I have this bike. I thought you'd like it." And then of course I turned it into a fucking bit. And now we're upside down, 120 upside down on a fucking race car that we can't make our money back on.
What do you love most about Joe Rogan?
Oh, that dude. I could go on and on about Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan is the most selfless individual I've ever met. He doesn't care if he has you on the podcast. He wants you to be the funniest person in the room. He wants you to be the smartest person in the room. Let me tell you something. Joe Rogan is 10 times smarter and funnier than me. He wants you to shine. He wants to put you over to his fans. That shit did not exist before he started doing his podcast. People didn't share you with their fans. No one was like, "Hey man, come on the road with me." They brought you on the road because they wanted you to suck. And they put you in bad scenarios. Joe Rogan wanted you to shine. He gave so many people beautiful careers, gave them careers, gave them. Joe could have looked at his podcast as his thing. This is my thing. I bring on these guys. I'm going to be the funniest guy in the fucking room. I know some guys that have done that. It might be me. I might talk over people and not listen really well. Joe did the opposite. Now, look, I've tried to learn from Joe on my podcast and do the same. That guy, when you think about it, you name 10 of his friends, I bet 8 of them are doing arenas right now. They're all doing theaters. All his friends do theaters. All his friends do theaters. He is just, he won't accept this compliment. I tried paying it to him in Austin when I was in Austin last night.
Well, he's not going to accept it.
I gave him the gift too. I said, "Hey, I need to show you. I can't just tell you this because it's going to fall on deaf ears. I need to give you a minute so you have something, so you know that I think about you and I'm grateful for having you in my life a lot for many reasons. I have more friends in my life because of you. You taught me how to trust people again. I have a career because of you. I have a major motion picture because of you. I do arenas because of you. Without you in my life, a lot of these things maybe never would have happened. I never would have told the machine on stage. I would have never started a podcast. I wouldn't have 3 podcasts. All these things are things he didn't just take me to the water one time and give me a drink. He gave me a machete and he said, "This is how I get to the water. You got to put your own path, but just give you a heads up. You can also use my path whenever you want." He is the most selfless individual. He will go down in history as one of the 10 most important people in stand-up comedy, without a doubt. He changed the game. It didn't exist like this before him, and he won't accept that compliment.
What was the gift you gave him?
I can't tell you.
Is it a dildo?
It was a dildo. The double-sided dildo. I go, when you get free time, can we scissor fuck each other?
You are happily married for 19 years. So I think you're a good man to ask. How do you find love? How do you date in order to find the love of your life?
This is going to sound off. But don't tie yourself down, meaning don't spend time fucking with those little mini shrimp and peeling them every night when you know you're looking for love.
Yeah.
And so I think what happens with a lot of guys, they're so busy and just getting pussy and going from here to here to here.
Yeah.
I was never that guy. I always wanted to find someone who understood me. I always wanted that. And so, granted, I haven't had sex with a lot of chicks, but it's not by choice. I'm saying maybe there were times I would have done it, but I know that I was always looking for someone to figure out to get me. And then I will say this: when you know, you know. When you know, you know. When you think I can't imagine a life without this person. That happened to me, and I can only say my experiences. I had Leanne, I loved her, and I didn't even realize it. And the second she dumped me, I went, "Oh no. Oh, I don't get to live a great life without her. She's the thing that's going to give me a great life." I knew it, undisputed. I went for a run, and she dumped me. I went to my shower, I cried. I went to Barnes & Noble, I bought Men Are from Venus, Women Are from Mars. I watched Fight Club in my closet.
Yeah.
I didn't drink. I drank a lot of NyQuil to sleep. And then I went for a hike in Runyon Canyon. I was running back down Outpost by kind of Flex House, and the sun was setting, and I just said, "Hey, God, if you're listening, just give me this chick back. I'll never fuck it up. This is the one. I won't fuck it up. I won't cheat. I'm not going to be a bad dude. I want to have kids with her. I'll be there. I'll be a great fucking dude. I'll take her out on dates. Like, I'll love this chick." I got home and she was in my room in a sundress. And I was like, "Oh, God, I didn't do it pretty well."
Yeah.
I was like, "Shit, man, give me like one more night. Just strain the tail real quick.
Yeah.
Before I commit forever." But I think when you know, you know. This is so silly, but I follow that in business. Like, when you know, and like my assistant's with us, and someone goes, how do you find a good assistant? I go, when you know, you know. Like, people will show you who they are. I can tell you when I found out my assistant. We were doing a TV show, and we worked past dinner, and all the dinner places were closed. And he just said, "Hey, I got like 4 meals. I didn't know which one you want, so I got 4 different meals for you. I ordered them. They're up in your room. And just let me know whichever you want. I'll take care of the rest of them." And I was like, that dude thinks about other people before himself. He didn't even get himself dinner. He just got me 4 dinners, and I was like, oh. I did the same thing with my social media manager. The way she was operating, I was like, I feel like she's thinking about me. And we connected on so many levels. On so many levels, I could talk to her about things and ideas I had, and I was like, okay, I want her. I want him. I think it's got to be that thing when you know, you know. And it's so simple. It's like a personal trainer, or like a jiu-jitsu class, or like just where you go, oh, I'm connecting right now.
But you have to allow yourself to notice that.
I think you do. I mean, I think you have to put yourself out there, and you have to be available for it. You know, that's the hardest part, is just being available for it. Because so many people just want to be busy, just dating. I just want to have someone in my life. I don't want to be bored. I don't want to. What if I die alone? I don't want to. I like. Just be available for it.
What is this?
Yeah.
You could be having lobster. Lobster's still a lot of work.
Yeah, but it's lobster. So it's just a fucking baby shrimp. But like, you ever get the ones in Brazil where you just go fucking eat the shell? I don't care anymore. You're just so fucking hungry, you just handful of lobster like it's popcorn, or baby shrimp on your popcorn. I've done that in Vietnam. I've done that. Where I just go, it's too much work.
So when you're in it, what's the secret to success? What do women want?
Oh, I'm the wrong guy to answer that. I think,
How to make love to a woman, like road crushing.
how do you make love to a woman? I'll tell you how I do it.
Yeah.
I go down on her first. Makes me as an orgasm.
Yeah.
And then I get my turn, and that's over pretty quick. It's like to get your ears pierced. You feel a little prick, and it's over. I don't know if I've done a great job at keeping her happy. I think I keep her interested. Like, I think I keep her occupied. Like, I'm like a little bit of a rodeo clown. Like, I don't know. I mean, like, I know we're happy right now. I know we're really happy. But I don't know if I ever did as good a job as she did. She's always been like, a gangster. Like, did everything. Just does everything. She does it all. She does everything. Like, fucking everything. And she loves it. She just does it. And then she shows love for you by taking care of you. And so, like, I have a lot of times just been this, like, almost like step and repeat husband, where it's like I come in, take a picture, like, hey, Monday, Tuesday. All right, I'm on the road Wednesday. Take care, guys. Or like Travel Channel, I lived for 2 weeks at a time. I left for the movie for 3 months. So, like, I don't know that I've ever done a bang up job. I go, I heard one time I was just like, don't cheat on her, don't hit her, I don't yell at her. I'm a pretty good fighter. I'm a really good fighter. Like I'm good at like going like, hey, we're on the same team.
Oh, you mean de-escalation?
I'm really good at like, I'm very accountable. I'm very self-correcting. Like if we're in a fight and she points something out, and I go, oh, you're right. I go, fuck, you're right about that. You're right. You're totally right.
I'm in the moment.
I'm really good at that. And my wife's not. She's not a good apologizer. Like, she needs to sleep on an apology, and then she can do it. I can apologize in the moment if I realize I'm wrong, and I'm really quick to find my fault. I look for my fault. because I go, tell me what I did. Adversely, as a parent, I have told my daughters aside and been like, yo, that wasn't you. That was mom. I'm giving you a heads up. Because I don't want, because I got really confused as a kid because my dad always made sure I knew I was wrong. And sometimes I wasn't. And then as a kid, you're kind of fucked up. You're like, well, how do I know if I'm wrong? And I think that's what he says. So I was really good with my girls. We were like, yo. And then parenting Georgia taught me a lot about self-correcting.
Self-correcting is that.
My oldest, and only I parented like my dad parented. It's just like, raise your voice, get up here, that's it. No, that doesn't, fuck this. How come the dogs don't have goddamn leashes on the collars on their necks? And so with Georgia, I had to learn through therapy that if the consequence is here, and the highest it goes is here, then why the fuck would they lie and do everything? Because they go, well, I know what it's like to hear, but if you can vary your consequence with a child and find some conversation in it, all of a sudden they're like, well, I don't like this. This does suck. I like this. I like when we talk. He says write 1,000 words on why driving around your kids in a car is bad.
So threatening extreme violence every once in a while.
Yeah, let him know the dog can fucking bite. Dog can bark, the dog can bite. But if you pet him on his belly and wag his tail,
Yeah. Do you worry about being away too much? I mean, you're one of the most creative content pushers and creators out there. You're just constantly innovating, constantly putting stuff out there. But do you worry that pulls you away from like the mundane experience of life?
Yeah,
that can bring contentment and happiness.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes it cannibalizes your real life, where you start thinking in promo videos, or you start looking at vacations a bit.
Yeah.
Like we should go ziplining. Well, I don't know. Well, what do you do? What shoes you wearing? Like it can definitely cannibalize your life. My wife's really good at going no fun. The girls are really good. The girls, when I started Instagram and stuff, they started saying stuff like, "Dad hits mom." And I'm like, whoa, guys. They're like, no, put your phone away.
Yeah.
Dad bless boys. And I'm like, whoa, stop.
Yeah. What are some secrets, words of wisdom you could say for how to be successful online and everything you've learned? You're kind of like the Mr. Beast of comedy, just innovating constantly in terms of how to promote stuff, in terms of how to present stuff across the different social media and across YouTube, podcasts.
I think the number one thing is don't be afraid to suck. No one sees the shit that sucks. Doesn't get views.
It just gets forgotten.
Yeah, gets forgotten. The good stuff they remember, and then that's all they bring up. The stuff that sucks just goes away. And they're like, oh yeah, did you do that? I don't even think I saw that. Fuck it, who cares?
Yeah.
You know, it's like I watched. One of my favorite stories about this is a guy named Sean Patton. I was explaining Instagram stories to him and Ari and Mark Norman. I was explaining that you can now sell tickets on Instagram stories. It was expecting swiped up. It said tap the button, swipe up. And they didn't understand it. I said, let me show you. And I put up tickets for sale. And I said, hey guys, swipe up. And then I just showed them in 10 minutes, look, this is how many people swiped up. 145 people. A lot of people to buy tickets for a comedy club. And they were like, whoa. And they're like, well, what do you do stories about? I go, anything. We give this shit. Just anything. And some things work, some things don't. And I watched Sean Patton, shout out to Sean Patton, try for about 15 minutes to do an Instagram story about his cup of tea. He was making a cup of tea. And he was making it. He kept going,
Yeah.
I was filming him from the couch.
Yeah.
I was filming all these stuff.
Whole thing, yeah.
I filmed every single one of them. I had like 15 different stories of him trying to do that. I had 145,000 views on each story. He never posted it. And I was like, man, if he had just posted that one, he never posted anything in his stories. That one, 145,000 people would have gone to his story to see that cup of tea being made and see which one he finally went with. And so sometimes I think the biggest mistake you can make is just not doing it. Just do it. Just post it. Turn the camera on, the idea will show up. That's the number one thing. Just turn the camera on and it'll come up. You'll figure it out.
You do multiple takes or no?
Like maybe I do 3. And I'm talking even like with the dance video I did, where I did the hip hop dance, I did 2 takes on that. Where I had the marching band come to my house, I did 2 takes on that. Once you start doing more takes, you lose the fun of it, I think. And then the fun ones. I mean, my favorite one I've ever done, without a doubt, my favorite promo I've ever done is they added a second show in some city, and they had a second show like Friday and Saturday, and our third show. And I said, they just told me, I was like, fuck, I'm leaving like tomorrow. I need to sell tickets. So I said, real quick, girls, meet me outside. And they was like, girls are doing homework. I'm going to take 5 seconds. I put on a Speedo. I got the American flag. I gave Isla the hose. I gave Leanne the leaf blower. And I gave Georgia the drone. And I just had Georgia drone it back to reveal the leaf blower and the mystery scene was coming from Isla and Leanne. I'm in a Speedo with the American flag. I have Bob Seger playing, Rambling Man. And that night, the cable guy texted me and he goes, "This is fucking genius." And I was like, it was just like, yo, let's just shoot something. Who gives a fuck? Like, just shoot something. Just say something and put a little, just do a little movement into it. And those are my back in the I watched a bunch of my promo clips back in the day. I used to be really good. Now it's like I'm promoting stuff. It's like I'm exhausted about my approaches.
Yeah, because the well can dry up in terms of ideas.
Yeah, and it's like, how many times am I going to show a picture of my ass? My ass sells really good. Whatever my ass is on Instagram, fucking million views guaranteed. 1 million views.
Yes.
And it's an active post. Like, people are like, I did the best one I did the other day was where I superimposed my ass on my front, and it just looked beautiful.
Yeah.
No views.
Oh, so you
got reported.
Oh, I see.
It looked like a front vagina.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah, I think so. But yeah, my ass. I'm at a place right now where I'll be promoting this movie. I'll be promoting this movie until it goes to a streamer. I'll be promoting it shamelessly. I'm proud of it. I had a great time shooting it. It's in theaters. It'll be on video on demand. It'll be on the stream, I'm sure. I don't know, but I'm sure. I'm promoting Fully Loaded, my summer festival with 19 different comics. I'm promoting the Top Off World Tour that starts again this fall. I'm promoting my cruise, the Fully Loaded cruise. I'm promoting Red Rocks. I'm promoting so many things that today was the very first time in my career where I said, in January, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to take a break and go like, hey man, let's get your resting heart rate down. Let's get some sleep. Let's maybe take off like 3 months from drinking. Let's just really slow it down and also not think. When you're thinking in promo all the time, it can be a little exhausting. I mean, you think it's exhausting to look at my feed. It's exhausting to be my feed. I'm my feed.
It's not less is more. One of the things one of the things that inspires me about Rogan, for example, is he almost never does this kind of stuff.
Yeah. Put it in the house suddenly he does his podcast. Because you're right, less is more. I want to see it like once a month. No, he does it 3 times a fucking week. Yeah. More is perfect.
But for example, when he does like a story or something like this, he does one take. It's kind of shitty.
It's the same head. It's elk with a bunch of jalapenos, a knife that he had sent to him by a fucking knife maker, and him going, look at this Traeger smoker. I reverse seared this. This is what's great. Look at this. I'm going to put it in the butter. And then, this is grass-fed butter. This elk really raises my testosterone. Rogan you're right. With guys like Rogan, when he does do a story, they're a little precious.
Yeah. And I don't think he's ever done a second take. Any of those stories. You have to really admire that. If the shot is framed poorly, if the audio sucks, doesn't matter.
Do you remember when this is like I can get in the weeds on Rogan, and especially when it's Instagram. Do you remember when he got his polar plunge and he couldn't sit it in a minute? And then the next day, and then he must have gotten it on the internet bad. Yeah. He must have gotten it bad. The next day, he sat it for 20 minutes. And he lowered his core temperature by 2 degrees. And it took him a month to get that back.
Yeah.
That is that fucking man. What an interesting... I told you at the beginning when we were just talking. I really enjoy... I draw inspiration from men I'm not like. You, David Goggins, Cam Haynes,
Andrew
Huberman I love. Fucking... I mean, there's so many guys like that. Rogan, Tim Kennedy. Like there are a lot of guys that are like just very different men than me, and I love Jocko Willink. Like I love reading their stuff or listening to their audiobooks or listening to their podcasts because I'm so not like that. But that for me, when I add a little bit of that in my life, like I remember I don't know what you were doing, but you were walking us through your day, and it was so fascinating. Like it was like I ran 8 miles today. I listened to an audiobook on 28 miles, and then I came and I worked for about 3 hours straight on AI stuff, and I'm like, and I was like, wait, you sat at a desk? Like you like sat at a desk and like, and I actually I wouldn't even know what to do. I would start doing crafts. Like I wouldn't like that you went. I was like, is your computer like?
Have you sat for like 4 hours focused on a single task?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I'm sleeping for 4 hours.
Yeah.
Like I don't have that. I don't have a brain that like. I really admired it when I listened to you do it because then you were like, you were fasting at the time. You were doing your fast, and then you talked about what you ate. And I was jealous. I wanted to be able to be like that. And I think at that time we started. I think you were doing maybe bone broth or something.
Yeah.
But we started doing bone broth pretty religiously and adding that into a fast because I was like, it does for someone like me. It does feel cool to add a little bit of control into life.
So integrating a little bit of a way of being from another person that you're not like.
Yeah, like so David Goggins is consistently pushing himself. I did it over the pandemic more, but I loved going, today I'm running a marathon. I'm going to get on the treadmill, and it's not going to be all at once. I'm going to get through a marathon today. So let's get up, give us 6 months of coffee, and let's see if we can do like 5 miles, and then know that we started there. And that was really fun. Because like, Cam Hanes does that too, where he goes like, he almost just sets the limit and then achieves that. His son Truett is really fascinating because his son Truett right now is trying to get and like I bet people would never think that this is who I watch, but I get real inspiration from these people because I showed a clip to Jocko to Isla because Isla's like me, like a person of her fluids. Impulse. I walked in on her one time. She was in the pantry in a bathrobe in the dark drinking a root beer. And I opened the door and she went, I said, what? She goes, I thought you were mom. Shut the door. And I shut the door to let her finish the root beer. She has a hard time waking up. So I let come here. I want you to see this clip from Jocko. She goes, who's Jocko? I said, he's a Navy SEAL. She goes, he works at the zoo? I went, no. It's a Navy fucking SEAL. I go, it's a badass job. She goes, it's a silly name. And I went, no, it's not. It isn't a silly name. These guys are the toughest dudes in the world. He goes,
it's kind of right though about the silly name. I never even realized it.
Oh yeah, you talk to a child.
Yeah.
And so I go, watch this what he says about waking up. So his thing, Jocko goes, first thing you do when you hear that alarm clock, you could roll over, you could go back to bed, you could hit snooze, but you get out of bed. And that's your first victory. And Isla has paused and she goes, how great is that nap right after you hit snooze? It's pretty funny. Like, you're missing the point. You're missing the whole speech. He's with Casey Neistat when he's telling this speech. He's with Casey Neistat. And so I hit it. And then he goes, and then you've got a victory under your belt. And you go to the gym and you work out. Like, are you listening to this, Isla? And she goes, yeah. And he goes, and then when you go to work, now you've got 2 victories. You've worked out and you've woken up on time. You didn't hit that snooze button. So when you go into that break room and you see donuts, and she hits pause, she goes, if he's about to say no to donuts, I'm done listening. I was definitely going to say no to donuts. You can have a donut? And she goes, you like this guy? I go, I fucking love him. And she goes, do you think he'd like you? And I go, what do you mean? She goes, Dad, you hit snooze, you skip working out, and you love donuts. And I'm like, yeah, you're making a good fucking point. I go, but I do love that. Like, I love to watch that brain work and go like I don't hit snooze. Like I don't hit snooze now. I go fuck it because I'm up. And then I go to the gym every single morning. I go to the gym every single morning. And today's National Donut Day. I didn't have a donut. And so like I try to apply these a little bit. I mean the other side of me is like tonight after we do this, I'll do another podcast and then I'm gonna call Leanne and go, yo, we're in Beverly Hills. Meet me out here. Let's go have drinks. Let's go have fucking couple Campari spritz. I was over at a friend's house on overnight. Let's get some edibles and let's fucking have a night about it. Get some sushi. Go have sex in the hot tub. Then I got to work out at fucking 10 in the morning.
I gotta tell you, that nap, you press snooze,
It was the sweetest.
that's my victory. First victory is pressing snooze and getting the nap on the butt.
Have you ever had? So this morning I didn't work out. I pressed at like 5 in the morning until about 6.
You're going hard right now.
Yeah. And then I had
I saw you through Austin.
Yeah.
Just run around theaters and now you're back.
Yeah, running around theaters to promote the movie, and then look, you only get one shot at these movies, so you might as well do it. And look, it's really hard to get people to go to the movie theater right now. And so I woke up at like 6, did 5 or 6 to 7, did press, and then I went and I said, I'm really into podcast, history podcasts right now, and I was listening to this one about the conquistadors, and I was like, before when I woke up, I was like, I wouldn't mind going back to that. I said, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna take a little nap and go. Now I slept good last night. I slept like 7 hours last night. Boy, that 30-minute nap, it felt like 5 hours, and I woke up going, I gotta readjust my sleep score. That has to be in the 97. That's the best fucking nap. Those little snooze naps are monsters.
You know, I don't care. That's probably for me one of the peak experiences of life is those naps. I don't know what that is.
Have you ever slept in a tour bus?
A tour bus versus a regular bus?
Like a tour bus, like meaning like it's in a bunk.
No. I think in a lot of buses in my life.
Like mean like just like a Greyhound.
Greyhound.
Those are very different.
And
Where people
public transit. Listen, that's just part of life in a Greyhound.
I was on a Greyhound
Just don't put stuff in your pockets.
right when Notorious B.I.G.'s album came out in college, and I was going from Tallahassee down to Tampa, and the dude got on the tour bus. He got on the bus next to me, black dude, and he sat down. He said, "Where you headed?" And I said, "Tampa." He said, "You grew up in Tampa?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "You?" And he goes, "Yeah." I said, "You go to school with fam?" It was a family uniform. Say the two schools, one's black, one's white. He goes, "No, I just got out of prison." So you got out of prison? And he goes, "Yeah." "Yeah, man, I got out of prison. I stabbed a dude, and I'm in prison. I just got out today." He goes, "What are you listening to?" I said, "Notorious B.I.G." And he goes, "Oh, shit. That's out?" And I went, "Yeah." And he goes, "I want to hear it. Can I hear it?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he used my headsets the whole bus ride to Tampa. I didn't have to. I was like, "He's stabbed a man. They're yours now."
Yeah.
I just sat next to him. I was like, "Are you enjoying it?" He's like, "This is good." No, tour bus naps.
Yeah.
When you're in a bunk, it's ice cold. Bus isn't moving. 5 o'clock. We work out from like up until like 5 o'clock, 5:30. Show starts at 7. But that 5 o'clock to 6:30 nap, it's pitch black. It's like a coffin. And it is ice cold. And you got all your pillows and blankets in there. And you put a little history podcast on in the corner, and you just listen to like Kurt Mimbashi or like, oh my God.
So you're talking about like 5, 6 p.m. for a 7 p.m. show.
Oh, the best nap you'll ever have. You wake up so refreshed.
Yeah.
Like I've woken up from naps, like where I'm like, fuck yeah. Like those tour bus naps are the best naps.
I think having a full productive day and then like 5, 6 p.m. do a nap, and then you do something really stressful after that, like really, I prefer like a show. But if I do, like I really like doing podcasts late at night after a nap.
I think I've fucked up my podcast rhythm. Because we're doing them in the day.
Yeah.
And so sometimes I'm just like if I work out in the morning, I'm good on a podcast. But if I don't work out, I suck at a podcast. I'm just like, yeah, that's cool. No, I'm my favorite is, I used to do this a lot. I haven't done it in a while. Is full busy day, nap at home, box of wine on the treadmill, and do that until like midnight, watching TV, box of wine
On a treadmill.
It's the best.
How are you sipping it? Like,
You have a glass, but you have a box. The box fits on the corner of the treadmill, so it's got a little spigot.
Yeah.
And you just sit there and just put on like guys' grocery games or like just something. It's like a.
you walking or are you running?
I walk at like a 3.5, So what'll happen is if you start at 3, casual walk, 20 minutes you're getting a mile in, and then you're gonna feel loose. Get up to a 3.5. You can do 7 miles on these things and you're just enjoying your night. Especially like my wife back in the day when we lived in our old house, my wife would come into the man cave and she'd sit on the couch and we watch TV together and like watch Game of Thrones. And you just like for an hour and you just get on the treadmill and do it. Oh man, I haven't done that as much lately. That was the fucking.
You can lose yourself. You can forget yourself.
You forget you're on a treadmill, and you just are like walking, and you're sweating, and you're having wine, and then at certain points you're you start jogging, especially like we were watching. Not All Quiet on the Western Front. What's the one where they've got to get the message to the front line? I would run like I was in World War II. I would run when they would run, and it was fucking awesome. And I would like. Because they were doing drinks. They'd be like, take a drink, you gotta run up there. And like, okay. Yeah. I'm really into history podcasts right now. Like I've been in it for a while.
20th century or
Everything. I listened to was it Marcus Aurelius and Cleopatra today. Little podcasts are like, Cleopatra wasn't as hot as everyone says. I was like, why are you saying that? Yeah, tell me she's a 6. She looks like Snooki.
Yeah.
Like, why let me dream that she looks like Kim Kardashian.
Yeah.
And then I listened to that one today.
I listen to World War II a lot.
Oh,
a lot of books on World War II, a lot of podcasts.
What's your favorite theater? The Pacific or European?
No, European. Pacific, well, because my family, so much of it has died. So,
Dude, so much of it.
I hate this sound cliche, like a Arnold Schwarzenegger in an 80s movie, but it's personal.
You know what I find funny about that is Lenin. It was Lenin, right?
John Lennon?
No. Was it Lenin? Was World War II, right? Or was it Stalin? Stalin. Stalin thought him and Hitler would be friends.
Yeah.
I think that's so cute that he was like, we're gonna be buddies.
Yeah.
Like we're boys.
Yeah.
And then Hitler's like, oh fuck you. I'm Hitler, bro. This is what I do.
Well, at first he was like, yeah, we'll be friends.
Yeah, sure. And then call me. Better yet, I'll show up in winter. How's that sound? I find all of that so fascinating. When I was a kid, I had a hard time understanding how, because we were always at war with Russia when I was a kid, and I had a hard time understanding how we could be on the same team as Russia in World War II. And I was like, wait, how did that turn south? And then you listen to the podcast. Yeah, I'm that. All of that, like all of the World War II. I got really into the Pacific shit for a while, but I'm really deep in the whole. We went to Normandy from the trip to Dover, and to think, so that's the fucking beach. That's the fucking beach. Oh shit, this is cold as fuck. These dudes jumped in ice cold water. And this isn't like a cool beach. Like this is, and it's just so insane. And then to see like it's pretty intense. I don't know why I got into history late in life. I was kind of into it. I'm really into it now. And I love just learning a little something about this. Today I listened to like the Noiser has a great history stuff. It's like history for dummies, I think. Like, I can't listen to really smart stuff. Starts losing me. Too many names.
Yeah. Like Dan Collins on this podcast.
Your podcast with Dan Collins was so fucking good. He is. I mean, I only know about Martin Luther because of Dan Collins. I only know. Like I made a joke about some Lutheran the other day, and everyone laughed, and I was like, "Did you guys listen to the same podcast I did?" Because I just am quoting Dan Collins. His podcast. I mean, we all quoted the same shit about Genghis Khan, about how he could shoot a dove off a horseback, but we knew that all 4 hoofs had to be off the ground at the same time they shot. They would sometimes take their meat and stick it under their saddles. And that, I mean, Dan Carlin is the motherfucker. God, those were, man, discovering podcasts was the coolest time I've lived.
And the interesting thing about him is audio. So it's the voice. But for me, I mean, everybody has a story with a prostitute in a motel. Dan Carlin was my prostitute in the motel. I invited him to a motel. I don't even remember, in the middle of nowhere. He shows up with that voice, and the rest is history. Things that we'll never know what happened. Oh boy, did he like? No, I'm just kidding. I'm really running with this. Yes, we did. We got along. I mean, he's an incredibly kind and thoughtful person. Constantly self-critical, thinking he's not good enough. He just works on those episodes forever. And he just thinks that there's these, just like the Goggins, there's these other historians that I think like weigh on him, like they're going to judge him
Really?
in his mind.
I talked to him and then Nathaniel Patelli, and I guess his thing is, I guess his hang up is Carlin's is he's not like this, like he doesn't feel like he's a real historian, but he is. It's the way he shares the story. So to me, the history teacher in 7th grade was a con artist, and he came into our 7th grade and he was a total con artist. All he taught us about was barnstorming and the JFK assassination. I walked away having such an appreciation for barnstorming, a very small blip on Americana. I know a lot about barnstorming because of this guy. Because he was passionate about barnstorming. It was the funnest 7th grade history class I'll ever take in my entire life.
You mentioned tour bus. What's the best road trip you've been on? Have you driven across the country? Just you?
No. We had one road trip in college where a bar had burnt down, and we found out that the alcohol was still in the bar. So we took my Jetta over to the bar, and we emptied out the bar of all the burnt up liquor. We didn't know what anything was. We threw it in the trunk with no clothes, like no clothes, and we said, let's just start driving. And we drove from Tallahassee and ended up in West Virginia, and just drove. We just drove. It was like 5 dudes. We drank. One person drove. I wasn't a big drinker. This sounds kind of crazy. I wasn't a big drinker in college until I went to Russia, and so I drove the majority of the way. And then we get somewhere, and we get a hotel room. And it was one of the most epic fucking weekends of just debauchery and chaos. And I think we took mushrooms, and we went down a river in tubes.
So it's most about the bond between the 5 people versus like throwing yourself into meeting like strangers and stuff.
Yeah, and it was when I was trying to be a poet at that time. And so like we were
Actual poetry.
yeah, it was a really bad part of my life. It was just
Well, you were like music was there too.
yeah, I tried to be in a band too. That didn't work out for me too. I just was never. I was never I'm not a good serious person. Like I'm a good funny person. I'm good to be a fool, but I'm not good when I try to be serious. It looks foolish. And so even like someone said showed me throwing out the first pitch the other day at something, and all I could see is my gut flying everywhere, and I was like, that's why it went viral. I was like, fuck, I thought it was my throwing style. That was a pretty epic one. The best road trips I ever took was during the pandemic. During the pandemic, when we were doing that drive-in movie theater tour. I created a drive-in movie theater tour when no one was working, and the very first one, no one had left their houses. We all went to my house. We got my tour bus. We had just wrapped the day the tour bus showed up. We just wrapped the cabin. Just wrapped doing the cabin on Netflix. And we got COVID tested. We got in the tour bus and we said, let's create our bubble and stay safe. And that night we drove, I think, just outside Gallup. And we stayed in and no one had been outside. And we stayed at a KOA, Camp on Arrival, and we watched thunderstorms come in on a lake. And we were all smoking cigars and drinking IPAs. And it was fucking mad. And that whole road trip, we road tripped across the country to start the tours, and then we were outside for the first time, and it was that period of my life. I'm so grateful. I didn't make a ton of money because we had a big crew, and I was trying to make sure everyone, because no one had paid bills in a while. But that fucking tour was the funnest. We took up pickleball, we took up disc golf. Everything was wide open in the middle of the country. You could do things, but we were still in our bubble. But we lived in that tour bus. And at night, we just get back in the tour bus by ourselves and get fucking wasted. And I mean, that fucking run Nothing will ever be like that.
Yeah, because you like rediscovered the humanity, the camaraderie, because the pandemic kind of killed that. Really suffocated us from like that basic connection.
Yeah, and then and there was this. You always had an anxiety attack halfway through that you got COVID. This when COVID was killing people, and you were like, I know I've got COVID, and then we come in to Sedona. Here's also why I didn't make a ton of money. We come into Sedona, we get a house in Sedona for 5 days, Airbnb, and we'd all isolate there before we went home to our families. I remember the first time we did it, we didn't isolate. We just pulled back into LA, and all our families were freaked out. So I had to stay and live on the tour bus in a different house. And it was 4th of July, and I came in, and they were doing an egg toss. And they're like, well, you can do an egg toss. And this is not about my anxiety yet. You can do an egg toss with your daughter, Isla. So Isla and I did an egg toss, and we fucking got it to, like, legit, like, 40 fucking feet, where I was throwing overhand, lobbing them to her. And the egg cracked in her hands and broke over her face. And I got in bed that night, high on weed, fucking drunk, and I went, what if I gave my daughter COVID from an egg toss? I go, that would be the most horrific way to kill a child. No, she got it from an egg toss. It broke in her face. Her dad did COVID. Yeah.
I mean, that's the scariest thing about COVID, I think, is not you dying, but because of you, somebody else dies.
Oh, I got it.
That's the fear, I think, that really like took hold on people. That's why they were way more cautious than perhaps they needed to be. Just like, I don't want to be the guy that's responsible for killing somebody I love or somebody that somebody else loves.
But Leanne gave everyone in our family COVID. She came up to me and she gave me a hug after Christmas and gives me a hug and I said, what's the matter? She goes, I think I have COVID. I go, bitch, 6 feet. What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
Back it up, Fauci. Like, fucking, and then we went, and then she had it and it went away and we were all fine. And we're like, okay. Like, we still go to Park City. So we all go to Park City. Then Georgia gets COVID. And then Georgia starts crying. And she goes, I think I gave you COVID. And I was like, I'm fine. She goes, you're in high risk. And I'm like, what? She's like, you're a fat alcoholic. I'm like, whoa, easy. Where the fuck? What about feelings? Yeah. And then Georgia got COVID. Me and Isla were still in Park City. Leanne had it. But the tour bus came out, picked Georgia up. Georgia and Leanne, so we went back to LA. And Isla and I were there. And I tested. And then we get on the plane. And I coughed. And Isla's got a mask on. Isla just looked at me. The best. The one thing we miss are the eyes of the mask. Yeah. And then we get home and I had COVID. And Isla's like, if you gave me fucking COVID. And then she never got COVID.
You mentioned IPAs.
Okay.
What's the way of the land of great beers in this expansive world of ours?
I like Pilsner. I'm a Pilsner guy. I'm an ice cold beer guy.
Ice cold Pilsner.
I like an ice cold beer. I like an ice cold. One of the best beer buzzes I ever had is we had bought a new house when we were building it, and over COVID I didn't drink for like 3 months, 4 months, until we decided to go back out on tour, and we figured that out. And I was in the backyard, and Leanne came back with two tall boy German.
It's not like we know these people yet.
Cracked up. She was selling beer, and I was like, "Fuck yeah!" And man, second that the beer buzz is different than anything. The second it touches you, you feel the sparkle, and you're just like, "Yeah, baby, I'm back." And then she's like, "You want another one?" I'm like, "Fuck yeah!" And then we have another one, and that beer buzz is, especially an afternoon beer buzz, is just so pretty. It's different than a night beer buzz. Night beer buzz is like, oh, I guess we'll have a beer, and then a couple. I gotta go to work tomorrow. All right. That afternoon, irresponsible beer buzz. Yeah. Pilsner. I don't mind an IPA, but it's got to be I got to be at somewhere. They gotta have an IPA, like a local IPA. There's gotta be food involved, and then I'm enjoying an IPA. I threw up an IPA in a bathtub in Salt Lake City one time.
What do you mean? Oh, you threw up in the bathtub? Okay.
No. I was drinking in the bathtub.
Like bathtub with some water in it? Or? No. You're sitting in the bathtub?
No. I'm getting ready to take a shower. I had a growler of IPA. About 6 in the morning.
Yeah.
I have to fly that day to Vegas to jump off the stratosphere.
Yeah.
All I need is a little bit of a buzz. Get myself on this fucking plane. I have anxiety going through my fucking head because I'm gonna be the first person to jump off the stratosphere. And so I'm drinking an IPA and a growler in a bathtub at 6 in the morning. And it just didn't sit right. And I threw it up. And I was off IPAs for like 10 fucking years. I didn't have another IPA until I was like 46. So I was like, all I could think about was throwing up that IPA in a bathtub, in a shower, and being like, I'm thinking about it. But yeah, I didn't fuck with IPAs for a while. And then during the pandemic, I got back into IPAs.
I was that way with Jack and Coke, Jack Daniels and Coke.
Really?
Got so drunk many, many years ago that just couldn't look at it.
I can't touch. What's Janis Joplin's drink? Southern Comfort. I can't touch Southern Comfort.
You just drink it straight.
Well,
The Southern Comfort is at 40%. That's hard.
It's almost like a core. Honestly, it's really sweet.
Yeah.
Jack, double Jack on the rocks, lots of rocks.
Yeah.
I mean, I had a quote that I got a video that went viral about I'll never quit drinking.
Yeah.
And I have not gotten on a plane since that without having flight attendant not even ask what I want. Walk up with the double Jack on the rocks, lots of rocks. I mean, it happens so on times I don't want to drink.
Yeah.
I flew to Austin the other day. I was like, I'm not drinking on the plane because I felt sick. And man, he walked up and he goes, double Jack on the rocks, lots of rocks. I was like, fuck, you know it. But yeah, that's my drink. Wait, what's your drink? I thought you'd be a vodka guy.
Well, vodka I associate with a lot of moments in my life of happiness because vodka is associated with shots and camaraderie. And there's Eastern Europe in general. A bunch of guys get together and you celebrate life intensely.
Yeah.
People fight, people just feel, people experience life in a deep way. You just get too drunk for a reason. But I don't see that as like drinking. That's like a journey towards a destination. It's like to me, drinking is like whiskey neat or beer, like you said, ice cold beer.
Yeah.
There's that afternoon beer. Like for a person like me who's extremely regimented and disciplined, sometimes we get to a situation. I remember there's a bar at MIT where I just remember in the afternoon there was like a business meeting. I sat down, we started with a beer, and they were like really crispy cold, some kind of a lager, and then just one beer and two beers, and all of a sudden you say, let's just rest of the day. This is what this is. You said bright, like you just like nature's beautiful out there, and you just said fuck it to all the meetings, fuck it to everything else, just the camaraderie, just talking about life, being silly, being.
You're describing something I'll never get because I'm not regimented. I would love, only for the moment that you get to have. You get the most precious little angel's breath that anyone's going to get because you live this life that's dialed in and it's scheduled. And so when you say fuck it, it's like, that's like me doing coke. Like, it's like, oh, fuck. Like, and you can just do that with beer. That is fucking amazing. I would love to live a regimented life just to get the chance to go, hey guys, I'm not performing surgery today. Fuck it. Hey guys, this bus full of kids gotta drive itself home. Fuck it. I couldn't even tell you. You know what's so interesting about me and you is like, you know I'm a fan of yours. I don't really know what AI is. Like, other than like dildos or AI, right? Like
Like it has some electronics in it.
Electronics, it's
no, I don't think a dildo classifies as a robot.
Because I thought that's how they're going to take over fucking mankind. Just they start with the fucking womanizer that knows how to eat a pussy, and then they're like, we don't need men anymore. But like, it's so interesting that I couldn't even I can barely tell you what my dad does for a living. He's a lawyer. I can kind of he's called me and say, hey man, you gotta stop talking about what I do because you're not doing it. I go, what do you mean? He's like, that's not, whatever you're saying I do, I don't do. And so, but I couldn't even begin to explain your job to my daughter.
Well, I think there's the way you do the job, which is the way you experience life, the regimented, even just a 9-to-5 job, right?
Do you work 9 to 5?
No, but I work much more than that.
Yeah.
But there's no. Every kind of lifestyle has its complexities. Like 9 to 5 means you have to wake up at a certain time every day.
Do people tell you to pull it back? Like, hey, you're working too hard?
Yeah, a lot of people. What I want in my life, what I love in my life, especially people close to me, are the ones that say work harder. Because everybody,
How do you get them?
how do you get them?
I don't have anyone.
Everybody's always worried about it.
Everyone's worried about me. Everyone's always worried about me. The only thing, and
Yeah.
no one ever says, if I showed you my DMs right now, my text, all it is hey, man, I'm worried about. But Joe, I love Joe to death. Not once has he always, I don't know if you've seen the Carrying Joe eyes where, like, I'm worried about you.
Yeah.
It's like, you're like, hey, man, don't do that. He's like, I'm worried about you. And you're like, don't fucking worry about me. I'm working. I'm just working. I love working. I love what I do. I love what I do. I can only imagine that you love what you do as much as I love what I do, because that's all I ever want to think about. It's all I ever want to talk about. It's all I ever want to be like. When my wife wants me to take August and August, whatever the fuck that month is. No, but like July and August off after we do Fully Loaded, and I was like, no. I was like, what do you mean? Like, so like, well, just am I like sitting in a chair and stuff? Said, no, you take up a hobby. I go, writing jokes. Can I get on stage? Can I do sets in the city? Because I'm not gonna fucking. Do you want me to like? I don't understand. I don't understand people who don't. I don't understand people who don't have to drive to work all the time. I don't understand that. I envy it. I envy it because I would love to just be like, I'm gonna play video game. I can't play a video game. If I did, I'd be on Twitch trying to make money. Like, I love. How do you find somebody who goes, you need to be hard?
Especially when they see, like, I don't know what you look like, but I look tormented when I'm working really hard. Like, it means, like, it's easy to worry for my well-being. It's not like I'm happy, but I'm happy underneath it.
My working too hard is like on a plane every other day or every day, getting up at 6, working out, and then going until like 2 in the morning or 1 in the morning, and then going to sleep, and then getting up at 6, working out, getting on a plane, going to another place. Like, that's what my working is. Just a lot of travel in mine. If I didn't drink on planes, I wouldn't drink on me at all. They'd be like, no, you're doing great.
Well, the working out is there. So I got to ask you, because you and I seem to have a similar relationship with running. I like this idea of slow treadmill. I like running slow.
Yeah.
Like, like a 10-minute mile or something like this. Or I'll just run forever. Just listen to an audiobook, listen to brown noise, think. I love it.
What's brown noise?
It's actually Brownian noise, like short brown noise. It's kind of like white noise, but deeper. There's just noise like that. It kind of sounds like a waterfall. I'll just listen to it and something happens to me. I think you can ask people about this, but apparently there's some science that kind of focuses on that. So.
It's funny because I think sometimes what people don't get about running is they get on and they put it on like a 6 right away on like a treadmill, and they go, I can't do this for fucking 30 minutes. But you can if you build yourself up to your 6, and you play games. I play games with myself a lot. Like, I'll play games where I go, I can do this. I can do this. I can do this almost not all day long, but I can do this a lot longer. I did it for 2 hours the other day before my workout, or no, hour and a half before my workout. I started at 3.5 walking, and then I get my jog up to like a 5, and then I'm like 5.5, then I go 6, then I go, and once I'm at 6, my body's really loose. And so then I go, all right, bring it down to a 3.5. And then I go, punch it to a 7.5 for a quarter of a mile. And then let's walk at a 4. Let's jog at a 5, right? I can do that. I love, they're called fartleks, I think. And I love those, like, where it's like, it's regimented running and sprinting at certain levels. I love that. And I love also, when I work out, to listen to music, but put on 4-language cooking shows. They just put it on mute. You don't need to hear it. For some reason, they're sexier. The way they're shot, they're sexier.
Yeah.
And it's like street food Asia, and they're just watching them make street food in Asia. There's one called Broth. It's called Broth, the Nation of Broth. And they're just making broths. And you're like, fuck, I want some broth.
So this is South America, this is Asia.
South America, Asia. They do one on pizzas. I've watched this one on pizzas. I've watched it. There's like 4 episodes. I've watched every episode so many times that my trainer goes, God, that's that fucking. I can watch that again.
Yeah.
I love watching foreign language cooking shows on mute when I work out.
While blasting music.
While blasting
So you're there. All right. Well, I usually run outside.
Oh, I can't. I don't mind hiking, and I do like what my fun thing. The fun thing I would do, and this is ripped off totally from campaigns. Is I like to go. There's a great hike called Fryman Canyon out in the valley where I live, and I'd be like, all right, I'm gonna run to Fryman Canyon. I'm gonna jog to Fryman Canyon. I'm gonna hike Fryman Canyon, and then I'm gonna jog back. And I wonder how long that is. And you're like, just know that that's your thing. Just know that that's your thing. And all of a sudden you're like, shit, that was 8 miles? Like, that's a fucking beast. The hike doesn't even feel like anything. The hike, once you do the jog, it's the hard part there. The jog home is a fucking cakewalk. I had the best jog when I was in Serbia. I had the best jog. I think it was in Hyde Park. I think the name of the park was Hyde Park. It was, get this, it was 80% downhill. So this jog, you started the park, and it was like, and I'll do it like this for you. You went like downhill like this, downhill like this, downhill like this, and then it was like a little steep incline to get to the beginning of it. So it was like a little like nice like lower back pain. You're like, okay, and then the jog was perfect. You did it 4 times, it was 4 miles. I loved it. My very first day I did it, a butterfly got in front of me. It's like 6 in the morning. Yeah, 6 in the morning. A butterfly got in front of me. And it ran the whole first mile in front of me. And it was like so surreal. It would disappear and then it would show back up in front of me. The show was real. Yep, definitely real. And then the next day, that's why I go, I'm on the right path. I'm on the right path. The next day I go for a jog, 6 in the morning. It rained. And as I'm doing the steep uphill incline, a tree collapsed in front of me. Just went, and I went, whoa, a tree fell in the woods and I was here to see it. Shut the fuck up. I was like, that's crazy. And it didn't hit me. I'm on the right path. And then I started getting overthinking it. Like the next day I saw Condom and I was like, this is a complete point. I was like, people fucked here last night. But yeah, that was one of the best jogs I've ever had. I could do that. I could run that park every single day. And no one jogged that park in Serbia.
I actually recently had Condom on my doorstep. And I wanted to ask whoever is up there above what that means. What the story behind that is.
Yeah.
Like,
just a pissed off UPS guy.
Was
it compromised?
What do you mean compromised?
Like, was there stuff inside it?
Oh, I didn't look.
I mean, very few people put on the condom and go, hey, it's not for me. I'm going to take it off.
Yeah.
It's a little tight.
Well, it could be to send a message, like a horse's head kind of thing.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what the message is exactly.
Do you use condoms if you had a one night stand? Do you use condoms?
I don't know what a condom is. I had never learned.
Good call.
I've learned about sex with you today.
If my wife dies, there's no condoms in my future. I'll get it. I don't care how babies like this shit.
The man of principle. I like it. Mark Maron wrote something about your book many ages ago, Life of the Party. I think there's an interesting question in there. So, first of all, wrote eloquently about you. Bert Kreischer is one of the great American wild men. A gonzo warrior driven not by cynicism or desire to reveal dark truth, but instead by a deep, almost essential need to have a good time, no matter what. Stories track the trials and tribulations of a big-hearted dude trying to fit in, help out, party, and find himself. After all is said and done, we arrive with him at the true humility of joy. So, when was this desire for pure joy born? It seems like you are driven towards this joy.
Yeah. I think I arrived at it in college. I wasn't always the guy I am. I was really pretty serious dude when I got to college.
Like dark, brooding serious?
Yeah, I wanted to be like Eddie Vedder. I wanted to be like a poet and a fucking lead singer. I wanted to be taken seriously and I wanted to be attractive and I wanted to be, I wanted to be wanted by chicks and respected by dudes and slowly but surely, I think the bird I really am chipped away at that and was like I would say funny things that would surprise me. They were so funny. Meaning, like in my fraternity, I'd say things that were the funniest thing that I go, how did I think of that? And then slowly I was like, And I remember as I chipped away at that, and as I got older, I would I would I would lean towards that. We would go on a bus trip to like Clemson, and I would get on the walkie-talkie on the bus, and I would do stand up for like an hour. I just make jokes for an hour, and I loved the impulse of like, you get on the bus and everyone's like, we're gonna drink, and you get that one group of girls who are gonna drink, and then to break them. You're like, oh, fuck it, fine, let's drink. And then that to watch that happen, and I think then when I went to Russia, this is so cliche for me to say, but interacting with those young banditi, they were pretty serious dudes. They didn't have they were pretty stoic dudes. And when you could make them laugh, it was a real joy. Silliest things. I remember, we were told there was a club it was called Cafe Europa, or maybe Cafe Americana. Those where everyone really hung out, like all the real dudes in St. Petersburg. And they had told us that, they told us in our class that Russian women didn't have tampons. So they were like, bring tampons to give to the babushka that ran the floor.
After all this time, the fact that your Russian sucks is awesome.
Yeah,
You just keep mispronouncing words horribly.
horribly. I'm so fucking bad. I am so bad. That's how I got the name of the machine, right?
Yeah.
I was trying to say I'm a machine, and I said I'm a car.
Yeah.
And they just were like, huh? And so I came into the room one night with a top pocket full of tampons. And they were like, what are those for? I said, girls. How are we going to pick up girls? And the look on their face was so pure joy. I remember the first time I pulled out lemons. And it sounds make believe now to say it because it's been in the movie. And I brought out lemons for lemon drops. I had vodka and lemons and sugar and a pocket knife and a fanny pack. And I put out lemons, and this guy Igor goes, oh, the machine runs on lemons? It was just so foreign that you would need lemon for them. And so I think, and I made friends with those guys. I made friends, do whatever you can, but definitely me and that guy Igor were legit friends.
But from a place of joy.
Yeah, it was real.
Seeing them light up.
And then I remember backpacking through Europe after that and realizing I could bring a spark of fun to a campfire. And I had little tricks. I learned all the currencies around the world. And so I challenge people to a currency thing. I go, let's go head to head. You say, you name a country in the currency, and I'll name a country in the currency. And I would slow roll them. I'd just do all the dollars, right? The Chinese dollar, the American dollar, the Australian dollar. I'd run through all the dollars. They'd be like, you only know the dollars. And then I start getting really deep. I could make an event out of a night. In Europe, I could make an event. I remember we were in Strasbourg, and the bar was supposed to close, but I had friends coming to the bar. They hit the train hadn't gotten in yet. And I said, don't close the bar. I'll stand on the bar, and I'll entertain everyone in this room. I'll dance. I'll do whatever if you just keep the bar open. And the guy goes, if you can keep me laughing, I'll keep the bar open. And I danced and made this guy laugh on a bar for legit. I'm not even legit 30 minutes. Until my friends walked in and they're like, what the fuck's going on? I had this ability to without humility, I didn't mind looking like a fool and doing, and they were really stupid jokes at the time. These very base American frat boy jokes. But I had a spark. When I came back, I feel like I learned how to do that and do funny things that were fun. I would go to a football game, and I brought a camera around with me a lot. I like to take pictures. And I remember one of the jokes I go is hey, everybody, I told my parents I have a lot of friends. Can you guys gather around and we'll take a picture? Mm-hmm. And so 50 people would lead around yeah, and just the dumbest, silliest things. And I wasn't a big self promoter, so these would happen, and I was just doing them for me and my friends. I'd bring a guitar out and I'd just make up songs, and so I think in watching this serious bird get chipped away at until my 6.5 year of college, where it was just this silly guy, and then Rolling Stone's written about me, and I'm like, well, And I remember a couple serious dads going, "Yo, you got a chance to turn this into something. You need to go to you need to follow your dream." And I tried to stand up the first night, and I was like, maybe not wasn't the funniest guy, but then they laughed and we had a good time for 30 minutes, and it worked, and it was stream of consciousness. And I was like, yeah. And then of course, that same little path you take gets convoluted in New York because you want to be a serious comic and you want to be taken seriously, and you want to be edgy, and you want to say that. And then slowly but surely, the real Bert chips away at it. It's like, yo, man, fucking take your shirt off, kill a beer. Like, fucking tell a machine story. Tell a story about your stupid kids. Like, just, you don't need to be the fucking edgiest dude in the room. Leave that to the good ones. Let Bill and fucking Joe and Tom. Those are the legit fucking gangster comics. Those are the fucking. You're never gonna out fucking Chappelle. Those guys are fucking gangsters. Do what you do. Have fun. Make life fun and seize the day and fucking try to bring a spark to people and let them forget about their fucking day.
And the interesting thing about alcohol, I don't really like drinking in terms of the actual physical, like how it makes me feel. But there's the camaraderie that happens. I wish there was another way to get there, but I don't think there is. Like that joy you get of just everybody getting together, taking shots or drinking. Not the polite kind of drinking, but just everybody just the fuck it kind of drinking.
Yeah. And when someone goes, all right, I'm like
Yeah,
that.
all right, yeah.
That's the funnest. And then, especially when you have a big group, and there's like a big group, and like we were at the premiere the other night, and I was working. I was legit working. I tried to sell the movie to outlets, media outlets, and busting with the boys. My wife flew them in to surprise me, and they're over on the red carpet, and they're like, "Yo, let's skull a beer. Let's kill a beer." And I was like, "Oh," and then I'm like, "Oh, fuck it, I don't care. This is what life's about." And that moment where they're like, "Yeah," that's the funnest fucking. Especially when I can get Leanne to do it. When I get Leanne to get a drink, and she's like I was just supposed to drink last night, and she was like, "You want to just, we should go have a glass of wine in the front yard?" And you're like, "Oh, my heart skips a beat." I go, "Glass of wine in the front yard? Are we gonna talk wild? We're gonna say crazy shit to each other? Like, fuck yeah!"
In the front yard.
Front yard.
What are you doing in the front yard?
Let the dogs play. Big trees in the front yard.
Are you sitting on the
Sitting in the Adirondacks on the front porch, letting the dogs play, letting the dogs rest in the front yard. Maybe go over pick some cherries, look at the fucking trees, hear the wind going through the front yard, and then you go to the backyard. That's where the cigar comes out, a little more privacy. But yeah, red wine, all back. Keep our sulfites low.
Yeah, wine is a whole nother one too. I feel sophisticated.
Oh, yeah.
I traveled before Ukraine. I went to Paris for the first time. I drank wine there, and I felt like I was a sophisticated man.
Dude.
I'm going to speak with French, but
you don't need to.
you don't need to.
Just start smoking too. Just have a fucking cigarette.
I'm going to start writing poetry.
Dude,
Hemingway.
there's like a glass of wine in Italy, and like I just like we went the most beautiful fucking camp. Just outside Florence. Yeah, they have all those vineyards and stuff, and we took a Vespa tour, and it was fucking. And Isla's too young to ride, so she's on the back. And now everyone can drink there, You're not supposed to drink and drive Vespas, but they don't. They go, a glass of wine is nothing. You're like, okay. I guess I'll have a couple of that. If you think one's nothing, then I think two's nothing. Also,
This is drunk Bert on a Vespa.
drunk, not even drunk, but just lightly feathered.
Yeah.
Where, and it's beautiful. My wife hasn't been drinking. Georgia's too young. Isla is too young. But I had dinner with a couple, and we're going through these hills, and it starts raining. And I go, Isla, what are we missing? And she goes, music, big boy. And I go, what do you want to hear? And then she just starts going, ooka shaka, ooka, ooka, ooka shaka, ooka, ooka. I can't stop this feeling. She's screaming it right behind me. And then I hear Georgia screaming. And then Leanne singing it. And then Sandy and her two daughters are singing it. We're all these Vespers, and we're all singing it. And I swear to God, if I hadn't been lightly feathered, I don't know if I would have been like, what are we missing? Because, alcohol will give you that thing like, what's next? What's bigger? How do we take this to the next level? And then I got this little girl, who's still my little girl. At that moment when she's singing Sing it. All the good times, living up so hard.
Yeah.
And then we stop at the light, and all of us are looking, and it's pouring rain. Ah, ooh, ooh. It is. I mean, I remember sobbing, crying, and then I was like, "Let's get these fucking Vespas up and get to a vineyard." And then we went to a vineyard, and all the girls tried a little wine. No one got buzzed or anything, but you're just sitting there with your family going like, "Fuck, dude." And I'm not certain you get.
I'm always scared. What's that? So when I get bored, I do reading. I have that many passions. 200 Instagram accounts with 300 which over 1,000 accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, 10,000 people. So when it comes to accounts, there isn't that money better than for that. In case I ever get for the copyright. I'm also a grandma and sometimes general everywhere people live music music
we get that little bit of.
Okay. But then a lot is also interesting. I had a lot of whiskey with Rogan once.
I think I saw that.
Yeah.
I think I saw that with Whitney too,
With,
and the push-up contest.
with David God. The only time I met David God in person, one of the great embarrassments in my life is trashed out of my mind. I'm trying to say how much of a fan I am, and I can tell by the look in his eye that what is actually coming out of my mouth is not good. It's not good. And his wife is embarrassed standing right there also. Just everybody's embarrassed for me. And I'm trying my best. And then somehow I find myself a minute later doing push-ups with him. It was a challenge.
Push-ups?
I just it was all I knew was not stop. And he was polite enough to stop. I think probably like 50.
There's a gift someone gives you when they get drunk, and they lower their card, and they allow you to see them that way. It's a gift. It's a real gift. It's just as cool as like pulling someone aside and going, "Yo, I'm into anime. Like, are you cool with that?" And then they're going, "Yeah, yeah. Can I show you some cool anime?" And you're like, "That's not my thing," but it's like a cool thing. It's like sharing cool music with someone, or like telling them something about your childhood. When you get drunk, like real drunk around someone, you're giving them a gift. And that gift is, I want you to see me for everything I am. You're not going to get any lies. You're not going to get any bullshit. This is me at my absolute worst. I have a rule. I will never, never get mad at someone for getting too fucked up. Because they're giving you a gift. They're saying like, yo, I did this on accident, but I trust you enough to let you know that this is who I am and this is what you're getting. I love it. I love it. Especially when it comes to someone you don't expect. Like you, shut the fuck up. David Goggins should have hugged you and said, thanks for showing me this.
Yeah, I guess I really haven't, you're right. I haven't thought of it that way. There's an intimacy to that. That is a gift of like fragility. Like this is me. I mean, I'm a very loving drunk, but I'm just
I bet you didn't see it dumb.
well, dumb in terms of the eloquence of the words that are coming out of my mouth. So like you're just not stitching words together correctly to make sense.
No.
I turn into Hemingway lost in translation. Like I'll start to say random words, but like translated to Japanese and back to English. It's not making kind of sense. But there's love. Like I think what you feel is this kind of desire to connect. And I think I always feel towards other people, but when I'm drunk, I just say, fuck it, I don't need to be polite. I'll just be loving fully.
Yeah, it's cool when people let you see that in them. Because some people are really like measured. Like, no, one drink and then I'm done. I don't want it now. No. And you're like, oh, show me a little more. And then like it's cool. And I never like my favorite moments in the next morning when they're like, can I make an ass out of myself? And you get to say, not at all. Yeah, not at all. That's the coolest thing. Because some people, bad people, will leverage that over you. You see it's a bully tactic. They'll leverage it. The bad interactions I've had in this business that we were talking about earlier, there were people that when you got fucked up, they used it against you. They held it over your head and they said, listen, man, I don't know what the fuck, but if you want, and you're like, and then they gaslight you into thinking you were the only one that was fucked up. And you're like, okay, I guess I know who you are now. And I was like, didn't you get fucked up a little bit too? Like, I know you smoked weed, I thought we ate Xanax, but like, what about I know I had a couple beers, but like, I wasn't that fucked up.
Well, Whitney's really good at that. She's the person who woke up next morning and she said, yeah, and you're wonderful, you're eloquent, you're great. I'm sure she was making that up completely.
It was funny. I got blackout drunk at Whitney's roast of me. Blackout drunk. Don't remember any of it. And don't remember any of it. Don't remember speaking on the microphone. I don't remember talking in the microphone. And I did just that, apparently.
Yeah.
And I said to Whitney, like in a real moment of vulnerability, Whitney's like a sister to me, like a legit sister. My daughters call her Aunt Whitney. Leanne's her sister Leanne. And if she comes over to do a podcast, Whitney will show up an hour early and sit with Leanne out in Leanne's rose garden and just talk. And Whitney, I said the next day, I called Whitney, and I was getting on the plane, and I knew I was hungover. I said, how bad was I last night? She was, you were fucking fantastic. And just didn't let me sit with it. And then I watched the video, and I was like, oh, I was fucking out of control. I was way out of control. Thank you for that lying to me.
Yeah. So while being a wild out there comic, she's also just like caring and loving human being. So interesting.
She has the most nurturing sensibility. She sends my daughters gifts out of nowhere. Just out of nowhere, just send Georgia gifts up to college. It's just a gift box, but like she takes care of people.
That's her love language. She's also the person that taught me what the hell love language even means. Apparently, there's a book and there's like 5 of them.
You know what I mean? I would love to sit in the fucking room and watch YouTube talk.
Yeah, she has a robot. She looks like her, and that's the future. That robot.
I told her she should have that robot do porn. Let someone fuck that robot, and then she can deep fake the face if she wants. But I go promote it special that way.
It's like a full on, not like Showtime softcore porn, like full on porn.
Full on, like the dude, like, hi, welcome inside.
Yeah.
You look tired. Do you need a drink?
Yeah.
Oops, I'm stuck in the dryer. You know.
What's the promotion you're most proud of?
Without a doubt, it's got to be when I took dance lessons. Because I tried to get Joe and Tom and Ari to do it for Sober October. And they said no. So I was like, absolutely not.
We knew Joe was going to say no.
But Joe's a legit dancer. Like, he can legit dance. He took like dance lessons for a movie and is apparently an amazing dancer. And so,
you're right. He could have said yes. Because I don't remember listening to that podcast when you really made the pitch.
Yeah, and I said we all take hip hop dance lessons. It's your cardio's through the roof. And those, you do an hour dance lesson, and then we all do a hip hop dance, and then we all put our hip hop dances against each other, and we see who has the best hip hop dance. It's different than the typical stuff we do. It's fun, and we can also work out. We can do everything, but like, let's do hip hop dance. Joe Adams, and he was like, "That's a horrible idea. I will not do that." And then Tom and Ari just whatever. They were like, "Yeah, I side with Joe. We'll do something else." And then I was like, I knew I liked hip hop dance, so I was like, I'm gonna take hip hop dance lessons anyway. I'm gonna just do it over Sober October, and I'm gonna fucking do it. Then maybe I'll do a hip hop dance video, and then show it to them and let them rate me. And then we did it, and it was $1,200, and I for hip hop dance lessons for like a month or whatever, for like a couple weeks. And then when we did it, I thought, you know what, I bet we could put tour dates next to this. Because it turned out being like kind of good, but kind of funny. I go, probably could put tour dates next to this. And it was the beginning of me figuring out the whole, like, my promos were short and quick. And they were always like something silly. What's up, guys? It's your boy, Bert Kreischer. And then that one blew up, and immediately I was announcing the tour. And immediately every tour date sold out. And then we added shows. That day we added shows, and every one of those sold out. And I was like, whoa. And then Tom was like, the fuck was that? And I was like, I think I just sold out my whole fucking tour. And then when Tom did his one like that and put his tour dates on it,
went over at the top.
He sold out his tours. And he was like, whoa. He's like, I sold out every fucking show. We've added shows. I'm doing like an arena here. And this is before we were doing arenas. I was like, shut the fuck up. And that changed my game where I was like, all right, so everything's got to be. And then I was like, I don't mind spending a little money. And then the next one I did was the marching band. And I was just like, but it was, it was real crazy. I just said, can you guys get me a marching band? And they were like, yeah, it's like $2,400. I go, cool. And they're like, what do you want them to do? And I go, I don't know, we'll figure it out. And they came over and they had outfits, and they were like, so what do you want us to play? I go, what song do you guys know? And then they didn't even know each other. They were all hired people. They were like, Rubber Band Man? And I was like, oh, sure, yeah. And then we just scripted it out. I was like, all right, I'll pretend it's a regular thing with the weights. I'll walk out, and then I'll blow a whistle. And then you come out with the dum-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum. And then we got like 2 videos out of that, and that sold out dates. And I was like, fuck. And then the real baller one, the fucking real one. The real one was I tore all the muscles in my arm going into the movie, and I ripped all the tricep muscles off. They were retracted, so I'd go for surgery. And the anesthesiologist said to me the night before, he's like, "What music do you want going under?" And I was like, "What?" He goes, "You can pick your music going under." I said, "Wait, hold on. Is it like?" I go, "Is it like casual?" And he was like, "Yeah." I said, "I'm doing a promo week." He goes, "What do you mean?" I said, "I'll explain it to you tomorrow." But I'm not gonna count backwards. I'm just gonna do a promo read until I pass out. And my phone's gonna fall on the ground. All I need you to do is hit stop record. And so they rolled me into surgery. I had Red Rocks. I'd only sold like 75% of Red Rocks, which is the biggest, 10,000, the biggest venue I'd ever played in. And I rolled in with my thing with CCR playing in the background. And I just was like, as I lay here on this mat or on this field, I was terrified as I go into surgery. I want you to know one thing. I'm playing Red Rock September 10th. And I started doing my promo read. And he was like, yeah. I go, Jimmy Buffett's there the night before and the night after. He's like, for real? I go, yeah, you want to come? He's like, hell yeah. He's like, all right. He's like, you're going under. And he hits it. I go, and I dropped the phone. Woke up out of surgery, and the first thing says, where's my phone? And he goes, you got it. And Leanne's like, I've already watched it. It's good. And I went, for real? And so like that was a big one. That was a big one too.
Yeah, that was genius. But that was sort of opportunity to kind of jump into that idea. Have you ever met Mr. Beef, Jimmy?
No.
So I got to hang out with him for a day, listen to brainstorm ideas. You know, he kind of sounds like you, but on steroids in terms of like, first of all, willing to spend any amount of money on the idea. Like anything. Anything is allowed. Anything is allowed.
I love that energy.
The only thing is no like rated R stuff. But he's really trying to go like for the broader audience for kids and so on. So that's the limitation. So you can't do like most of the ideas that pop into my head when anything is allowed is kind of dark.
Yeah.
But the point is to really aggressively brainstorm every single day at the whiteboard. What? And he does that for YouTube Shorts too, for 1 minute videos.
Really.
It's just like really, like, what is the coolest thing you could possibly do?
I love that. I love that energy.
And that energy, most people don't do that, and they should. Because YouTubers do that because they're obsessed about this particular YouTube algorithm and so on. And Jimmy's the best at that. But like that can benefit you if you're a scientist, if you're a comedian, if you're whatever. Just go all out.
There's something really fun, authentically fun about just coming up with a really stupid idea and just going, let's see what happens. Who gives a fuck? We've had those like, I thought I could catch an arrow one time, and my wife's like, absolutely fucking not. I go, I really think I can. I go, let's just get really close, shoot it, and then I'll see if I can catch it. And it's like, no, that's not what you're doing. And then my cousin's like, hey, we could cheat it to make people think caught an arrow. And I went, what? He goes, yeah, just okay, let's do it like this. And so we did it. Like I sold a ton of tickets. It looked like I really caught it. Everyone knows I didn't catch it out. For the movie, we did a promo. Legendary was like, you do all the promos. And we did a promo, and I thought I could slide out of my car like Tom Cruise did in a helicopter and with roller skates and get behind the car and then skate behind the car. And we just ran over my foot. And it was real, and it was scary, but we just caught it all. And in doing it, my cousin's like, I'm like, my movie comes out Memorial Day weekend. I think we have to go to the hospital. And then we went to the hospital, and I'm in a Speedo with a helmet on, one broken roller skate. And then that did really well. And so, like, I said, the whole thing is just turn the camera on. You never know what's going to fucking happen.
And don't be afraid to look stupid and all that kind of stuff. Just go all out.
Fucking ego death of comedy. Like, when you really give, like, it's hard to be the coolest guy in the room and still want to be a comedian. It's just let yourself be whoever you are. And you'll see the great ones. They're like that. They're just regular fucking dudes. And you get some real slick ones. Like Dave Chappelle might be the coolest guy in the fucking room. He really might be. I think that's just who the fuck he is.
Who are the, outside your close friend group, who are the greats to you, top 5?
Outside of my friend group?
So, like for me, probably Norm MacDonald, Mitch Hedberg, Thompson Corona.
Oh, yeah?
I wanted to say that.
It's an interesting pairing. No, Mitch Hedberg, David Tell. David Tell.
Everybody deeply respects David. More than even his comedy. I love the show where he was Insomniac. He's so good at just the natural comedy of human interaction.
He's a brilliant comic. He's just a brilliant fucking mind. Norm MacDonald's a fucking genius, an absolute genius. I mean, look, Chappelle and Bill Burr are are the two best in our generation, in my opinion. And that's and that's understanding that like I'm still friends with some of the best in our generation, but like just the way their brains work is really on the next level. Like those are guys. Stanhope is the same way, just fucking genius. Rogan, Segura, those are my friend group. That's my really close friend group. But like those other guys, I'm friends with, but they're not like that's like
Louis C.K.
No, Louis C.K. He's amazing. It's hard to do because you start like forgetting the like people, and then it's almost like people go, "Oh, so you didn't like that person?" You're like, "No, I fucking love that person."
There's for me like Robert Williams. It's a whole nother thing.
Oh yeah, Sarah Silverman. I love Janine. I'm a fucking big Janine fan. I love her brain. Marin's fucking hilarious. Patton's brilliant. David Cross. I mean, there's like it's really to ignore those guys, and those guys are like the whole forefront of the alternative comedy front. They're fucking amazing.
Yeah, and the people that have like Marin or Joe that have podcasts, it's interesting. It's an interesting pairing because you get to know like everything about them, but then they're also comedians. And I've gone to Joe's club a lot. I listen to Joe and just that whole group of comics do comedy and go to the same set over and over and over to see how it changes. It's really cool.
The coolest thing when I first started to watch, someone like Attell was really brilliant at it because you'd watch him tinker with the set. And he'd have an idea like hitting someone over the head with a hammer from behind, and then he'd work it 9 different ways, and you'd be like, "Whoa!" So the hitting a hammer in the head is the thing that he's working on.
I hope Eddie Murphy comes back. He's one of the greats.
Chris Rock's fucking Bring the Pain is like the reason I got into comedy.
Do you have advice for young folks? You seem like the stellar example of successful human being, or more seriously, a very kind of non-linear life. Do you have advice for young people in high school and college that have a good life they can be proud of?
Don't worry too much about what you do when you get older. But when you do start worrying, find the thing you love and it will never feel like work. I can't imagine what it must feel like to be a lawyer and have to read papers or whatever they do all day and know that that's my day. It must feel like what school felt like for me. But if you find that thing you love to do, you will work endlessly, effortlessly, and hard as fucking shit every day, and you'll love every day of your life.
Find what you love and let it kill you. Bukowski said that.
But then that's the fucking thing, because that's what I'm doing. I'm letting it fucking take. I'm on that fucking bullet train to fucking nowhere on this fucking comedy journey. I love it. I love it.
So it's like the Hunter S. Thompson thing. What is it? However you put it, basically, you're not supposed to be end up in a well-preserved box, slide in sideways, smoke, just beat up.
Yeah.
Just a giant mess.
I love those guys that can really live that life. That are like, yeah, man, I'm breaking it. I'm breaking it down like a guy like Tony Hawk or Matt Hoffman. They're like, yeah, if I don't fucking break the fuck out of this thing before then I'm not doing it right.
Then again, there's also Churchill who tried to break the thing. He couldn't. Lived into his 90s. A bad motherfucker. So I guess the only hope we can have for Bert Kreischer is that you're going to be the Winston Churchill comment.
My life is lived perfectly. If I'm 95 years old, and all my friends are dead. Yeah, they're like, can you believe that wolf got murdered?
Yeah.
Can you believe Segura, 600 pounds, and they had to carry him out in a crane out of that house? Can you believe that it's just Bert Kreischer and Joey Diaz left?
Just standing there in October. In October, just the two of you left. Just laughing.
I'm 95 at the Mark Twain Awards. Like, Bert Kreischer's still fucking here. Who saw that coming?
I hope so. Bert, I'm a huge fan of yours. It meant so much to me when you said that you knew who I was, like we were talking about. It's so cool. It's so cool. Thank you for putting so much joy and love out there in the world. I'm a huge fan, and thank you for the love you've given me.
Thank you, man. I am a huge fan of yours. You keep doing you. I'll keep doing me, and then let's see if we can meet in the middle sometime.
Yeah.
Have a cold beer in the afternoon.
Love you, brother.
Love you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Bert Kreischer. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, I'm going to leave you with some words from Hunter S. Thompson. Life should not be a journey to the grave with the intention of arriving safely in a pretty and well-preserved body. Rather, to skid in broadside, a cloud of smoke, thoroughly used up, totally worn out, and loudly proclaiming, wow. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you.
On one axis, you have more hardware coming in. On the other hand, you have an explosion of innovation in AI. And so what happened with both TensorFlow and PyTorch is that the explosion of innovation in AI has led to, it's not just about matrix multiplication and convolution. These things have now like 2,000 different operators. Now, on the other hand, you have, I don't know how many pieces of hardware out there. It's a lot. Part of my thesis, part of my belief of where computing goes, if you look out 10 years from now, it's not going to get simpler. Physics isn't going back where it came from. It's only going to get weirder from here on out, right? And so to me, the exciting part about what we're building is it's about building that universal platform, which will continue to get weird, because again, I don't think it's avoidable physics, but we can help lift people, scale, do things with it. And like rewrite their code every time a new device comes out. And I think that's pretty cool.
Following is a conversation with Chris Lattner, his third time on this podcast. As I've said many times before, he's one of the most brilliant engineers in modern computing, having created LLM compiler infrastructure project, the Clang compiler, the Swift programming language, a lot of key contributions to TensorFlow and TPUs as part of Google. He served as vice president of Autopilot software at Tesla, was a software innovator and leader at Apple, and now he co-created a new full-stack AI infrastructure for distributed training, inference, and deployment on all kinds of hardware called Modular, and a new programming language called Mojo that is a superset of Python, giving you all the usability of Python with the performance of C and C++. In many cases, Mojo code is demonstrated over 30,000x speed up with Python. If you love machine learning, if you love Python, you should definitely give Mojo a try. This programming language, this new AI framework and infrastructure, and this conversation with Chris is mind-blowing. I love it. It gets pretty technical at times, so I hope you hang on the ride. This is the Let's Figure It podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, it's Chris. Bye. It's been, I think, 2 years since we last talked, and in that time, you somehow went and co-created a new program called Mojo. So it's optimized for AI. It's a superset of Python. Let's look at the big picture. What is the vision from Mojo?
Well, so I mean, I think you have to zoom out. So I've been working on a lot of related technologies for many, many years. So I've worked on LLM and a lot of things, in mobile and servers and things like this. But the world's changing. And what's happened with AI is we have new GPUs and new machine learning accelerators and ASICs and things like that make AI go real fast. At Google, worked on TPUs, one of the biggest large-scale deployed systems that exist for AI. And really what you see is if you look across all of the things that are happening in the industry, there's this new compute platform. It's not just about CPUs or GPUs or TPUs or NPUs or IPUs or whatever, all the PUs. Right? It's about how we program these things. Right? And so for software folks like us, it doesn't do us any good if there's this amazing hardware that we can't use. And one of the things you find out really quick is that having the theoretical capability of programming something and then having the world's power and the innovation of all the smart people in the world get unleashed on something can be quite different. So really where Mojo came from was starting from a problem of we need to be able to take machine learning
take the infrastructure underneath it and make it way more accessible, way more usable, way more understandable by normal people and researchers and other folks that are not themselves like experts in GPUs and things like this. And then through that journey, we realize, hey, we need syntax rules.
One of the main features of the language, I say so fully in jest, is that it allows you to have the file extension to be an emoji, or the fire emoji, which is one of the first emojis used as a file extension I've ever seen in my life. And then you ask yourself the question, why in the 21st century are we not using Unicode for file extensions? Because I mean, it's an epic decision. I think clearly the most important decision made, but you could also just use MOJ OS extension.
Also, okay, so take a step back. I mean, Lex, you think that the world's ready for this? This is a big moment in the world, right?
So we release this onto the world.
This is innovation.
I mean, it really is kind of brilliant. Emojis is such a big part of our daily lives. Why is it not in phone?
Well, and like you take a step back and look at what file extensions are, right? They're basically metadata, right? And so why are we spending all the screen space on them and all this stuff? Also, you know, you have them stacked against text files and files and whatever else. So you're gonna do something cool. You want to stand out, right? Emojis are colorful. They're visual. They're beautiful.
What's been the response so far? Is there support on like Windows on operating system in displaying like file explorer?
Yeah. The one problem I've seen is that Git doesn't escape it right, and so it thinks that the fire emoji is unprintable, and so it like prints out weird hex things if you use the command line Git tool. But everything else, as far as I'm aware, I have faith that Git can be improved. So
GitHub is fine.
GitHub is fine. Yeah, GitHub is fine. Visual Studio Code, Windows, like all this stuff, totally ready because people will have internationalization in their normal part of their paths. This is just like the next step, right? Somewhere between, oh wow, that makes sense, cool, I like new things, to, oh my god, you're killing my baby. Like, what are you talking about? This can never be, like, I can never handle this. How am I going to type this? Like, all these things. And so, this is something where I think that the world will get there. You don't have to bet the whole farm on this. I think we can provide both paths, but I think it'll be great.
When can we have emojis as part of it?
Yeah, so I mean, lots of languages provide that. So I think that we have partial support for that. It's probably not fully done yet, but yeah, you can do that. For example, in Swift, you can do that for sure. So an example we gave at Apple was the dog cow. That's a classical Mac heritage thing. So you use the dog and the cow emoji together in a variable name. But of course, the internet went and made pile of poop for everything. So if you want to name your function pile of poop, then you can totally go to town and see how it gets through code review.
Okay, so let me just ask a bunch of random questions. So is Mojo primarily designed for AIs, or is it a general purpose program?
So it's AI first, and so AI is driving a lot of the requirements. So Modular is building and designing and driving Mojo forward. It's not because it's an interesting project theoretically to build, it's because we need it. And so at Modular, we're really tackling the AI infrastructure landscape and big problems in AI, the reasons it is so difficult to use and scale and adopt and deploy, and all these big problems in AI. And so we're coming at it from that perspective. Now, when you do that, when you start tackling these problems, you realize that the solution to these problems isn't actually an AI-specific solution. And so what we're doing is we're building Mojo to be a fully general program. That means that you can obviously tackle GPUs and CPUs and like these AI things, but it's also a really great way to build NumPy and other things like that. Or just you look at what many Python libraries are today. Often they're a layer of Python for the API, and they end up being C and C++ code underneath them. It's very true in AI. That's true in lots of other domains as well. And so anytime you see this pattern, that's an opportunity for Mojo to help simplify the world and help people have one thing.
To optimize through simplification by having one thing. You mentioned Modular. Mojo is the programming language. Modular is the whole software stack.
So just over a year ago, we started this company called Modular. Yeah, what Modular is about taking AI and up-leveling it into the next generation. So if you take a step back, what's gone on the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years is that we've had things like TensorFlow, PyTorch, these other systems come in. We've used them, you know this. And what's happened is these things have grown like crazy. We get tons of users. It's in production deployment scenarios. It's being used to power so many systems. I mean, AI is all around us now. It used to be controversial years ago, but now it's a thing. But the challenge with these systems is that they haven't always been thought out with current demands in mind. So you think about it, where were LLMs 8 years ago? They didn't exist, right? AI has changed so much, and a lot of what people are doing today are very different than when these systems were built. And meanwhile, the hardware side of this has gotten into a huge mess. There's tons of new chips and accelerators, and every big company is announcing a new chip every day. It's like, and so between that, have like this moving system on one side, moving system on the other side, and it just turns into this gigantic mess, which makes it very difficult for people to actually use AI, particularly in production deployments. And so what Modular is doing is we're helping build out that software stack, solve some of those problems, so then people be more productive and get more AI research into production. Now, what Mojo does is it's a really, really, really important piece of that. And so that is, a part of that engine and part of the technology that allows us to solve these problems.
So Mojo is a programming language that allows you to do the higher level programming, the low level programming. You do all kinds of programming in that spectrum that gets you closer and closer to the hardware.
So take a step back. So like, what do you love about that?
Oh boy. Where do I begin? What is love? What do I love about Python?
You're a guy who knows love. I know this.
Yes. How intuitive it is. How it feels like I'm writing natural English. How when I can not just write but read other people's code, somehow I can understand it faster. It's more condensed than other languages, like the ones I'm really familiar with, like C++ and C. There's a bunch of sexy little features.
Yeah.
We'll probably talk about some of them, but list comprehension and stuff like this.
So and don't forget the entire ecosystem.
Oh yeah, it's probably huge.
There's always something. If you want to do anything, there's always a package.
Yeah, so it's not just the ecosystem of the packages and the ecosystem of the humans that do it. So that's an issue. Dynamic. Because I think something about the usability and the ecosystem makes the things viral, it grows, and the virtuous cycle.
Well, and there's many things that went into that. Like, so I think that ML was very good for Python. And so I think that as growing PyTorch systems, embracing Python really took and helped Python grow. But I think that the major thing underlying it is that Python's like the universal connector. Right? It really helps bring together lots of different systems so you can use them, build out larger systems without having to understand how it works. But then what is the problem with Python?
Well, I guess you could say several things, but probably that it's slow.
I think that's usually what people, right? And so I mean, other people complain about tabs and spaces versus curly braces or whatever, but those people are just wrong, because it is actually just better to use annotation.
Wow, strong words. So actually, that's a small tangent. Let's actually take that. Let's take all kinds of tangents.
Oh, come on, Lex, you can push me on. I can take it.
Sign. Listen, I've recently left Emacs for VS Code.
Okay.
The kind of hate mail I had to receive, because on the way to doing that, I also said I've considered Vim, and chose not to when with VS Code. And
pushing on deep religions, right?
Anyway, tabs is an interesting design decision, and so you've really written a new programming language here. Yes, it is a superset of Python, but you can make a bunch of different interesting decisions here.
Oh, yeah.
And you chose actually to stick with Python as in terms of some of the syntax.
Well, so let me explain that. Right? So, I mean, you can explain this in many rational ways. I think that the annotation is beautiful, but that's not a rational explanation, right? So, but I can defend it rationally. First of all, Python 1 has millions of programmers.
Yeah.
It is huge. It's everywhere. It owns machine learning. Right? So, actually, it is the thing. Second of all, if you look at it, C code, C++ code, Java, whatever stuff, curly brace languages also run through formatting tools and get indented. And so if they're not indented correctly, first of all, we'll twist your brain around. It can lead to bugs. There's notorious bugs that have happened across time. The indentation was wrong and misleading, and it wasn't formatted right, and so it turned into an issue, right? And so what ends up happening in modern large-scale code bases, people run automatic formatters. So now what you end up with is indentation and curly braces. If you're going to have, the notion of grouping, why not have one thing? Right? Get rid of all the clutter and have a more beautiful thing. Also, you look at many designers, it's like, okay, well, you can have curly braces, or you can omit them if there's one statement, or you just enter this entire world of complicated design space that objectively you don't need if you have stuff.
Yeah, I would love to actually see statistics on errors made because of indentation. Like how many errors are made in Python versus in C++ that have to do with basic formatting and all that kind of stuff. I would love to see.
I think it's probably pretty minor because once you get, you use VS Code, I do too. So if you get VS Code set up, it does the indentation for you, right? And so you don't, it's actually really nice to not have to fight it. And then what you can see is the editor is telling you how your code will work by indenting, which I think is pretty cool.
I honestly don't think I don't remember having an error in Python because I indented.
So I think that there's, again, and so I can joke about it, and I love to kind of realize this is such a polarizing thing, and everyone wants to argue about it. And so I like poking at that a little bit, right? But frankly, right, come back to the first point. Python, it's huge. It's an AI. It's the right thing for us. We see Mojo as being an incredible part of the Python ecosystem. We're not looking to break Python or change it or quote unquote fix it. We love Python for what it is. Our view is that Python is just not done yet. So if you look at, you mentioned Python being slow. Well, there's a couple of different things that go into that, which we'll talk about if you want. But one of them is it just doesn't have those features that you would use to do C-like programming. And so if you say, okay, well, I'm forced out of Python into C for certain use cases, well, then what we're doing is we're saying, okay, well, why is that? We just add those features that are missing from Python back up to Mojo, and then you can have everything that's great about Python, all the things that you're talking about you love, plus not be forced out of it when you do something a little bit more computationally intense or weird or hardware-y or whatever it is you're doing.
Well, a million questions. But high level again, is it compiled or is it an interpreted language? So Python is just in time compilation. What's Mojo?
So Mojo, the complicated answer, does all the things. So it's interpreted, it's check compiled, and it's statically compiled. And so this is for a variety of reasons. One of the things that makes Python beautiful is that it's very dynamic. And because it's dynamic, one of the things they added is that it has this powerful metaprogramming feature. And so if you look at something like PyTorch or TensorFlow, or even a simple use case, like you find a class that has the plus method. Right? You can overload the dunder methods, like dunder add, for example, and then the plus method works on your class. And so it has very nice and very expressive dynamic metaprogramming features. In Mojo, we want all those features coming in. If we don't want to break Python, we want it all to work. The problem is you can't run those super dynamic features on an embedded processor or on a GPU. Or if you could, you probably don't want to just because of the performance. So we entered this question of saying, okay, how do you get the power of this dynamic metaprogramming into a language that has to be super efficient in specific cases? And so what we did was decide, okay, we'll take that interpreter. Python has an interpreter in it, right? Take that interpreter and allow it to run it compile time. And so now what you get is you get compile time metaprogramming. And so this is super interesting, super powerful, because one of the big advantages you get is you get Python-style expressive APIs. You get the ability to have a load of operators. And if you look at what happens inside of PyTorch, for example, with automatic differentiation, and hero mode, all these things, they're using these really dynamic and powerful features at runtime. But we can take those features and lift them so that they run at compile time.
The C++ has the metaprogramming with templates, but it's really messy.
It's super messy. It's always, it was accidentally, different people have different interpretations. My interpretation is that it was made accidentally powerful. It was not designed to be Turing complete, for example, but that was discovered kind of along the way accidentally. And so there have been a number of languages in the space, and so they usually have templates, code instantiation, code copying features of various sorts. Some more modern languages, or some more newer languages, let's say, like, you know, they're fairly unknown, like SIG, for example, says, okay, well, let's take all of those types you can run it, all those things you can do at runtime, and allow them to have a compile time. So one of the problems with C++, which is one of the problems with C++, is it's okay. I mean, everybody hates me for a variety of reasons, anyways, I'm sure, right? I've written enough the way they show love. I've written enough C++ code to earn a little bit of grumpiness from C++. But one of the problems with it is that the metaprogramming system templates, it's just a completely different universe from the normal runtime programming. But if you do metaprogramming and programming, it's like a different universe, different syntax, different concepts, different stuff going on. So again, one of our goals with Mojo is to make things really easy to use, easy to learn, and so there's a natural stepping stone. And so as you do this, you say, okay, well, I have to do programming at runtime, do programming at compile time. Why are these different things?
How hard is that to pull it up? Because that sounds, to me, as a fan of metaprogramming in C++, how hard is it to pull that off? That sounds really, really exciting because you can do the same style programming at compile time and runtime. That's really, really exciting.
Yep. And so, I mean, in terms of the compiler implementation details, it's hard. I won't be shy about it, but it's super hard. It requires, I mean, what Mojo has underneath the covers is a completely new approach to the design of the compiler itself. And so this builds on these technologies like MLIR that you mentioned, but it also includes other caching and other interpreters and JIT compilers and other stuff.
So you have like an interpreter inside the
within the compiler. Yes. And so it really takes the standard model of programming languages and kind of puts it, unifies it with the runtime, which I think is really cool. And to me, the value of that is that, again, many of these languages have metaprogramming. They grow macros or something, right? You can Lisp, right? I know your roots, right? You know, and this is a powerful thing, right? And so, you know, if you go back to Lisp, one of the most powerful things about it is it said that the metaprogramming and the programming are the same, right? And so that made it way simpler, way more consistent, way easier to understand, reason about, and it made it more composable. So if you go to the library, you can use it both at runtime, which is pretty cool.
And then for machine learning and metaprogramming, I think you can generally say it's extremely useful. And so you get features, I mean, I'll jump around, but there's the feature of auto-tuning and adaptive compilation blows my mind.
Well, so okay, so let's go back to that. So,
okay, all right.
So what is machine learning? Right? What is a machine learning model? You take a PyTorch model. Right? It's really interesting to me because what PyTorch and what all these frameworks are kind of pushing compute into is they're pushing into like this abstract specification of a compute problem, which then gets mapped to a whole bunch of different. And so this is why it became a metaprogramming. You want to be able to say, cool, I have this neural net, now run it with batch size 1,000. Right? Do a mapping across batch. Or okay, I want to take this problem, now run it across 1,000 CPUs or GPUs. And so like this problem of like just describe the compute and then map it and do things and transform it are like actually it's very profound, and that's why that's machine learning systems really special.
Maybe can you describe auto-tuning and how do you pull off? I mean, I guess adaptive compilation is what we're talking about. Yeah, how do you pull off auto-tuning? I mean, is that as profound as I think it is? It just seems like a really, like, you know, like we mentioned list comprehensions. To me, from a quick glance on Mojo, which, by the way, I have to absolutely, like, dive in. As I realize how amazing this is, I absolutely must dive in. That looks like just an incredible feature for machine learning.
Yeah, well, so what is auto-tuning? So take a step back. Auto-tuning is a feature of Mojo. It's not, so very, very little of what we're doing is actually research. Any of these ideas have existed in other systems, other places, and so what we're doing is we're pulling together good ideas, remixing them, and making them into hopefully a beautiful system. Right? And so auto-tuning the observation is that turns out hardware systems, algorithms are really complicated. Turns out maybe you don't actually want to know how the hardware works, right? A lot of people don't. Right? So there are lots of really smart hardware people, I know a lot of them, where they know everything about, okay, the cache size is this, and the number of registers is that. If you use this length of vector, it's going to be super efficient. It's mapped directly on what you can do, and like all this kind of stuff. Or the GPU has SMs and it has a warp size of whatever, right? All the stuff that goes into these things, or the tile size of a TPU is 128, like these factoids, right? My belief is that most normal people, and I love hardware people also, I'm not trying to offend literally everybody in the internet, but most programmers actually don't want to know this stuff, right? So if you come at it from the perspective of how do we allow people to build both more abstracted but also more portable code, because it could be that the vector length changes or the cache size changes, or it could be that the tile size of your matrix changes, or the number, an A100 versus an H100 versus a Volta versus a whatever GPU have different characteristics, right? A lot of the algorithms that you run are actually the same, but the parameters, these magic numbers you have to fill in, end up being really fiddly numbers that an expert has to go figure out. What auto-tuning does, it says, okay, well, guess what? There's a lot of compute out there, right? So instead of having humans go randomly try all the things, or do a grid search, or go search some complicated multi-dimensional space, why don't we have computers do that? Right? So what auto-tuning does is you can say, hey, here's my algorithm. That's a matrix operation or something like that. You can say, okay, I'm going to carve it up into blocks. I'm going to do those blocks in parallel, and I want to this with 128 things that I'm running on. I want to cut it this way or that way or whatever. And you can say, hey, go see which one's actually empirically better on the system.
And then the result of that, you cache for that system.
Yep.
You save it.
And so come back to twisting your compiler brain. Right? So not only does the compiler have an interpreter that's used to do metaprogramming, that compiler, that interpreter, that metaprogramming now has to actually take your code and go run it on a target machine. see which one it likes the best, and then stitch it in and then keep going.
So part of the compilation is machine specific.
Yeah. Also, I mean, this is an optional feature, right? So you don't have to use this for everything. But yeah, if you're so one of the things that we're in the quest of is ultimate performance. Right, and ultimate performance is important for a couple of reasons. Right, so if you're an enterprise, you're looking to save costs, compute, things like this. Ultimate performance translates to fewer servers. You care about the environment. Hey, better performance leads to more efficiency. I mean, you could joke and say like, Python's bad for the environment. Right? And so if you move to Mojo, it's like at least 10x better just out of the box. And you keep going, right? But performance is also interesting because it leads to better products. And so in the space of machine learning, right, if you reduce the latency of the model, so it runs faster, so every time you query the server running the model, it takes less time, but then the product team can go and make the model bigger. Well, that actually makes it you have a better experience as a customer. And so a lot of people care about that.
So for auto tuning, for like tile size, you mentioned 128 for GPU, you would specify like a bunch of options to try in the code, simple statement, and then you can just set and forget and know, depending on wherever it compiles, it'll actually be the best.
And yeah, exactly. And the beauty of this is that it helps you in a bunch of different ways. Right? If you're building, this often what will happen is that you're doing software yourself, right? You wake up one day, you say, I have an idea, I'm going to go put up some code, I get to work, I forget about it, move on with life, I come back 6 months or a year or 2 years or 3 years later, you dust it off, and you go use it again in a new environment. And maybe your GPU is different. Maybe you're running on a server instead of a laptop, maybe whatever, right? And so the problem now is you say, okay, well, I mean, again, not everybody cares about performance, but if you do, you say, okay, well, I want to take advantage of all these new features. I don't want to break the old thing, though. So the typical way of handling this kind of stuff, or is it's templates, or you're talking about C with macros, you have if-defs, you get like all these weird things get layered in, make the code super complicated, and then how do you test it? Right? It becomes this crazy complexity, multi-dimensional space you have to worry about. And, that just doesn't scale very well.
Actually, let me just jump around before I go to some specific features. Like the increase in performance here that we're talking about can be just insane. You're right that Mojo can provide a 30, 5,000x the speed up over Python. How does it do that?
Yeah, so I can even do more, but we'll get to that. So first of all, when we say that, we're talking about what's called CPython. The default Python that everybody uses, they type Python 3, that's like typically what it is, right? CPython is an interpreter. And so interpreters, they have an extra layer of like bytecodes and things like this that they have to go read, parse, interpret, and make some kind of slow from that perspective. And so one of the first things we do is we move to a compiler. So we just moving to a compiler, getting the interpreter out of the loop is 2 to 5 to 10x speed up depending on the code. But just out of the gate, just using more modern techniques. Now, if you do that, one of the things you can do is you can start to look at how CPython started to lay out data. And so one of the things that CPython did, and this isn't part of the Python spec necessarily, but this is just sets of decisions, is that if you take an integer, for example, and put it in an object, so in Python, everything's an object. And so they do the very logical thing, keeping the memory representation of all objects the same. So all objects have a header, they have like payload data. What this means is that every time you pass around an object, you're passing around a pointer data. Well, this has overhead. It turns out that modern computers don't like using pointers very much and things like this. It means you have to allocate the data, and you have to reference count it, which is another way that Python uses to keep track of memory. So this has a lot of overhead. And so if you say, okay, let's try to get that out of the heap, out of a box, out of in a direction, and into the registers. That's another 10x.
But it adds up if you're reference counting every single thing you create, that adds up.
Yeah, and if you look at, people complain about the Python GIL. This is one of the things that hurts parallelism. That's because the reference count. Right? So the GIL and reference counting are very tightly intertwined. Not the only thing, but it's very tightly intertwined. And so then you lean into this and say, okay, cool. Well, modern computers, they can do more than one operation at a time. They have vectors. Use a vector. Well, a vector allows you to take one, instead of taking one piece of data, doing an add or a multiply, and pick up the next one, you can now do 4 or 8 or 16, 32 at a time. Python doesn't expose that because of reasons. And so now you can say, okay, well, you can adopt that. You have threads. You have like additional things, like you can control memory hierarchy. And so what Mojo allows you to do is it allows you to start taking advantage of all these powerful things that have been built into the hardware over time. And the library gives very nice features. So you can say, just parallelize this, do some parallel, right? So it's very, very powerful weapons against slowness, which is why people have been, I think, having fun like just taking code and making it go fast, because it's just kind of an adrenaline rush to see like how fast you can get things.
Before I talk about some of the interesting stuff with parallelization and all that, let's first talk about like the basics. We talked to indentation, right? So this thing looks like Python. It's sexy and beautiful like Python, as we mentioned. Yep. Is it a typed language? So what's the role of types?
Yeah, good question. So Python has types. It has strings, it has integers, it has dictionaries, and all that stuff. But they all live at runtime. Right? And so because all those types live at runtime, Python, you don't have to spell them. Python also has like this whole typing thing going on now. A lot of people use it. Yeah. I'm not talking about that. That's kind of a different thing. We can go back to that. But typically the you just say I have a def, and my def takes 2 parameters. I'm going to call them A and B. So that is great, but what that does is that forces what's called a consistent representation. So these things have to be a pointer to an object with the object header, and they all have to look the same. And then when you dispatch a method, go through all the same different paths, no matter what the receiver, whatever that type is. What Mojo does is it allows you to have more than one kind of type. And so what it does is allows you to say, okay, cool, I have an object, and objects behave like Python does. It's fully dynamic, and that's great. And for many things, classes, like that's all very powerful and very important. But if you want to say, hey, it's an integer, it's 32 bits, or it's 64 bits, or whatever it is, or it's a floating point value, it's 64 bits, well, then the compiler can take that and it can use that to do way better optimization. So again, the interactions is huge. means you can get better code completion because you have this compiler knows what the type is, so it knows what operations work on it, and so that's actually pretty huge. And so what Mojo does allows you to progressively adopt types to your program. So you can start, again, it's compatible with Python, so then you can add however many types you want, wherever you want them. And if you don't want to deal with it, you don't have to deal with it. And so one of our opinions on this is that it's not that types are the right thing or the wrong thing. It's that they're a useful thing.
Which is kind of optional. It's not strict typing. Like you don't have to specify type.
Exactly.
Okay, so it's starting from the thing that Python's kind of reaching towards right now with trying to inject types into it.
Yeah, with a very different approach, but yes. Yeah.
What's the different approach? I'm actually one of the people that have not been using types very much in Python.
It's okay. Why did you say?
It just, well, because I know the importance. It's like adults use strict typing. And so I refuse to grow up in that sense. It's a kind of rebellion. But I just know that it probably reduces the amount of errors, even just forget about performance improvements. It probably reduces errors if we need to strict type.
Yeah, so I mean, I think it's interesting to look at that, right? And the reason I'm giving you a hard time is that there's this cultural norm, this pressure, this like there has to be a right way to do things. Like grown-ups only do it one way. If you don't do that, you should feel bad, right? Like some people feel like Python's a guilty pleasure or something, and it's like when it gets serious, I just go rewrite it, right? Yeah. Well, I mean, cool. I understand history and I understand kind of where this comes from, but I don't think it has to be a guilty pleasure.
Yeah.
Right? So if you look at that, you say, why do you have to rewrite it? Well, you have to rewrite it to deploy. Well, why do you want to deploy? Well, you care about performance, or you care about ability, or you want a tiny thing on the server that has no dependencies. You have objectives that you're trying to attain. So what if Python can achieve those objectives? So if you want types, well, maybe you want types because you want to make sure you're passing in the right thing. Sure, you can add a type. If you don't care, you're prototyping some stuff, you're hacking some things out, you're like pulling some code off the internet, it should just work. Right? And you shouldn't be pressured, you shouldn't feel bad about doing the right thing or the thing that feels good. Now, if you're in a team, right, you're working at some massive internet company and you have 400 million lines of Python code, well, they may have a house rule that you use types, right, because it makes it easier for different humans to talk to each other and understand what's going on and bugs at scale, right? And so there are lots of good reasons why you might want to use types, but that doesn't mean that everybody should use them all the time. So what Mojo does is it says, cool, well, allow people to use types, and if you use types, you get nice things out of it, right? You get the performance, this, right? But Mojo is a full compatible superset of Python. And so that means it has to work without types. It has to support all the dynamic things. It has to support all packs. It has to support for comprehension, list comprehensions, and things like that. Right? And so that starting point, I think, is really important. And I think that, again, you can look at why I care so much about this. There's many different aspects of that. One of which is the world went through a very challenging migration. This migration took many years. And it was very painful for many teams. And there's a lot of things that went on in that. I'm not an expert in all the details, and honestly don't want to be. I don't want the world to have to go through that, right? And people can ignore Mojo, and if it's not their thing, that's cool. But if they want to use Mojo, I don't want them to have to rewrite all their code.
I mean, just look at the superset part. It's just there's so much brilliant stuff here. That definitely is incredible. We'll talk about that.
Yeah.
First of all, how is the typing implemented differently in Python versus Mojo? So this heterogeneous flexibility you said is different.
Yeah. So I'm not a full expert in the whole backstory on types in Python. So I'll give you that. I can give you my understanding. My understanding is basically, like many dynamic languages, the ecosystem went through a phase where people went from writing scripts to writing large-scale, huge code bases in Python, and at scale, kind of helps have types. People want to be able to reason about interfaces, what string and int, or like what these basic things. And so what the Python community started doing is it started saying, okay, let's have tools on the side, checker tools, right, that go and like enforce invariants, check for bugs, try to identify things. These are called static analysis tools generally. And so these tools run over your code and try to look for bugs. What ended up happening is there's so many of these things, so many different weird patterns and different approaches on specifying types and different things going on that the Python community realized and recognized, hey, there's a thing here. And so what they start to do is they start to standardize the syntax for adding types to Python. Now, one of the challenges they had is that they're coming from kind of this fragmented world where there's lots of different tools, they have different trade-offs and different interpretations and types of different things. And so if you look at types in Python, according to the Python spec, types are ignored. According to the Python spec, you can write pretty much anything in a type position. Yeah? And you can write any expression. Okay? Now, that's beautiful because you can extend it. You can build your own tools. You can build your own house linter or something like that. Right? But it's also a problem because any existing Python program may be using different tools, and they have different interpretations. So if you adopt somebody's package in your ecosystem, try to run the tool you prefer, it may throw out tons of weird errors and warnings and problems just because it's incompatible with how these things work. Also because they're added late and they're not checked by the interpreter, is always kind of more of a hint than it is a requirement. Also, the CPython implementation can't use them for performance. So it's really
that's the big one, right? So you can't utilize for the compilation, for the just-in-time compilation.
Yeah, exactly. And this all comes back to the design principle of they're kind of hints. They're kind of, the definition's a little bit murky. It's unclear exactly the interpretation in a bunch of cases. And so because of that, you can't actually, even if you want to, it's really difficult to use them to say, like, it is going to be an int, and if it's not, it's a problem. Right? A lot of code would break if you could go. So in Mojo, right, so you can still use those kind of type annotations, it's fine, but in Mojo, if you declare a type and you use it, that it means it is going to be that type. And the compiler helps you check that, enforce it, and it's safe. And it's not a like best effort hint kind of thing.
So if you try to show a string type thing into an integer,
you get an error.
And you get an from the compiler compile time. Nice. Okay, what kind of basic types are there?
Yeah, so Mojo is pretty hardcore in terms of what it tries to do in the language, which is the philosophy there is that we, again, if you look at Python, right, Python's a beautiful language because it's so extensive. And so all of the different things in Python, like for loops and plus, and like all these things can be accessed through these underbar methods. So you have to say, okay, if I make something that is so fast I can go all the way down to the middle, why do I need to have integers built into the language? And so what Mojo does is says, okay, well, we can have this notion of structs. So you have classes in Python, you have structs. Classes are dynamic, structs are static. Well, we can have performance, we can write C++ kind of code with structs if you want. These things mix and work beautifully together. But what that means is that you can go and implement strings and ints and flips and arrays and all that kind of stuff in the language. Right? And so that's really cool because me as a idealizing compiler language type of person, what I want to do is I want to get magic out of the compiler and put it in the libraries. Because if somebody can, if we can build an integer that's beautiful and it has an amazing API and does all the things you expect an integer to do, if you don't like it, maybe you want a big integer, maybe you want a like sideways integer, I don't know, like what all the basic integers are. Then you can do that, and it's not a second class system. So if you look at certain other languages, like C++, one I love and use a lot, int is hard code in the language, but complex is not. And so isn't it kind of weird that you have this std complex class, but you have int, and complex tries to look like a natural numeric type of this, but integers and floating point have these like special promotion rules and other things like that that are magic and are hacked into the compiler. Because of that, you can't actually make something that works like the bits and types.
Is there something provided as a standard? Because because it's AI first, numerical types are so important here. So is there something like a nice standard implementation?
Yeah, so we're still building all that stuff out. So we provide integers and floats and all that honestly, we need to keep designing and redesigning and working to build that out and make that better. That's not our strength right now. Give us 6 months or a year, and I think it'll be way better. But the power of putting it in the library means we have teams of experts that aren't compiler engineers that can help us design and refine and drive this forward.
So one of the exciting things we should mention here is that this is new and fresh. This cake is unbaked. It's almost baked. You can tell it's delicious, but it's not fully ready to be consumed.
Yep, that's very fair. It is very useful. It's very useful if you're a super low-level programmer right now. And what we're doing is we're working our way to the stack. And so the way I would look at Mojo today in May 2023 is that it's like a 0.1. So I think that a year from now, it's going to be way more interesting to a variety of people. But what we're doing is we decided to release it early so that people can get access to it, and we can build with the community. We have a big roadmap that we publish, being transparent about this, and a lot of people are involved with this stuff. And so what we're doing is we're really optimizing for building this thing the right way. And building it the right way is interesting working with the community because everybody wants it yesterday. And so sometimes it's kind of, there's some dynamics there. But
Yeah,
I think it's the right thing.
So there's a Discord also, so the dynamics is pretty interesting. Sometimes the community probably can be very chaotic and introduce a lot of stress. Guido famously quit over the stress of the Walrus operator. I mean, it broke. Maybe that was
broke the camel's back.
Exactly. And so, like, it could be very stressful to develop. Like, you can just tangent upon a tangent. Is it stressful to work through the design of various features here, given that the community is so loosely involved?
Well, so I've been doing open development and community stuff for decades now. Somehow this is happening. So I've learned some tricks, but the thing that always gets me is I want to make people happy, right? And so this is maybe not all people all happy all the time, but generally I want people to be happy. So the challenge is that, again, we're tapping some deep-seated long tensions and pressures, both in the Python world, but also in the AI world, in the hardware world, and things like this. So people just want us to move faster. And so, again, our decision was, let's release this early. Let's get people used to it or access to it and play with it, and let's build in the open, which we could have had the language monk sitting in the cloister up on the hilltop, like beavering away trying to build something. But in my experience, you get something that's way better if you work. And so yes, it can be frustrating, it can be challenging for lots of people involved. And if you mention our Discord, we have over 10,000 people on the Discord, 11,000 people or something. Keep in mind, we released Mojo like 2 weeks ago. So it's very cool. But what that means is that 10, 11,000 people all will want something different, right? And so what we've done is we've tried to say, okay, cool, here's our roadmap. Here, and the roadmap isn't completely arbitrary, based on here's the logical order in which to build these features or add these capabilities and things like that. And what we've done is we spun really fast on the bug fixes. So we actually have very few bugs, which is cool. I mean, actually for projects in the state, but then what we're doing is we're dropping in features very quickly.
I mean, it's just fun to watch because you got the two gigantic communities of hardware, like systems engineers, and then you have the machine learning Python people that are like higher level.
Yeah,
and it's just two like army
they've been at war. Yeah, they've been at war. Right, and so here's
a Tolkien novel or something. Okay.
Well, so here's the thing. Again, like it's super funny for something that's only been out for 2 weeks, right? People are so impatient, right? But okay, cool. Let's fast forward a year. Like in a year's time, Mojo will be actually quite amazing. Itself tons of products will be very good. People still have these problems, right? And so you look at this, you say, and the way I look at this at least is to say, okay, well, we're solving big, long-standing problems. Me, again, working on major problems, I want to make sure we do it right. Right? There's like a responsibility you feel because if you mess it up, right, there's very few opportunities to do projects like this and have them really have an impact on the world. If we do it right, then maybe we can take those feuding armies and actually heal some of those wars. right?
like this feels like a speech by George Washington, right? Or something.
And you look at this, it's like, okay, well, how different are we?
Yeah.
We all want beautiful things. We all want something that's nice. We all want to be able to work together. We all want our stuff to be used. Right? So if we can help build that, now, I'm not optimistic that all people will use Mojo and they'll stop using C++. Like, that's not my goal, right? But if we can heal some of that, I think that would be cool.
Yeah. And start by putting the people like braces into the deal.
So there are proposals for adding braces to Mojo, and we tell them no.
Okay. Politely. Yeah. Anyway, so there's a lot of amazing features on the roadmap, and those already it'd be awesome. So I could just ask you a few things.
Yeah, okay.
So the other performance improvement comes from immutability. So what's this var and this let thing we got going on?
Well,
What's immutability?
Yeah, so one of the things that is useful, and it's not always required, but it's useful, is knowing whether something can change out from underneath you. So in Python, you have a pointer to an array, right? And so you pass that pointer to an array. Around to things, you pass into a function, maybe take that and scroll it away into some other data structure. You get your array back and you go to use it. Now somebody else is like putting stuff in your array. How do you reason about that? It's to be very complicated and leaves lots of bugs. And so one of the things that, again, this is not something Mojo forces on you, but something Mojo enables is a thing called value semantics. What value semantics do is they take collections like arrays, dictionaries, tensors, and strings, and things like this. They're a much higher level and make them behave like proper values. So it makes it look like if you pass these things around, you get a logical copy of all the data. If I pass you an array, okay, your array, you can go do what you want to it. You're not going to hurt my array. Now, that is an interesting and very powerful design principle. It defines away a ton of bugs. You have to be careful to implement it in an efficient way.
Is there a performance hit that's significant?
Generally not, if you implement it the right way, but it requires a lot of very low level getting the language right bits.
I assume there'd be a huge performance hit because it's the benefit is really nice. You know?
Absolutely. Well, the trick is you can't do copies, so you have to provide the behavior of copying without doing the copy.
Yeah. How do you do that?
It's not magic. It's just it's actually pretty cool. Well, so first, before we talk about how that works, let's talk about how it works in Python. So in Python, you define a person class, or maybe person class is a bad idea. You define a database class, right? And database class has something, right? And so the problem is that if you pass in a record or a class instance into a database, it'll take hold of that object, and then it assumes it has it. And if you're passing an object in, you have to know that that database is going to take it, and therefore you shouldn't change it after you put it in the database, right? This is
You kind of have to know that.
You just have to kind of know that, right? And so you roll out version 1 of the database, you just kind of have to know that. Of course, Lex uses its own database, right? Yeah, right? Because you built it. You understand how this works, right? Somebody else joins the team. They don't know this, right? And so now they suddenly get bugs. You're having to maintain the database, you shake your fist, you argue. The 10th time this happens, you're like, okay, we have to do something different, right? And so what you do is you go change your Python code, and you change your database class to copy the record every time you add it. And so what ends up happening is you say, okay, I will do what's called a defensive copy inside the database. And then that way, if somebody passes something in, I will have my own copy of it, and they can go do whatever, and they're not going to break my thing. Okay, this is usually the two design patterns. If you look in PyTorch, for example, this is cloning a tensor. There's a specific thing, and you have to know where to call it, and if you don't call it correctly, you get these bugs, and this is state of the art. So a different approach, so it's used in many languages, so I've worked with it in Swift, is you say, okay, well, let's provide value semantics. So we want to provide the view that you get a logically independent copy, but we want to do that lazily. So what we do is we say, okay, if you pass something into a function, it doesn't actually make a copy. what it actually does is it just increments a reference to it. If you pass it around, you stick in your database, you go in the database, you own it, and then you come back out of the stack, nobody's copied anything. Come back out of the stack, and then the caller lets go of it. But then you've just handed it off to the database, you've transferred it, and there's no copies made. Now, on the other hand, if your coworker goes and hands you a record and you pass it in, you stick it in the database, and then you go to town and you start modifying it, what happens is you get a copy lazily on demand. And so what this does is gives you copies only when you need them. And it also, so it prevents away the bugs, but also generally reduces the number of copies in practice. So
But the implementation details are tricky here.
yes. So this is, yes.
Something with reference counting, but to make it performant across a number of different kinds of objects.
Yeah, well, so you need a couple of things. And so there's many, so this concept has existed in many different worlds. And so again, it's not novel research at all, right? The magic is getting the design right so that you can do this in a reasonable way. Right? And so there's a number of components that go into this. One is when you're passing around, so we're talking about Python and reference counting at the expense of doing that. When you're passing values around, you don't want to do extra reference counting for no good reason. And so you have to make sure that you're efficient and you transfer ownership instead of duplicating references and things like that, which is a very low-level problem. You also have to adopt this, and you have to build these data structures. So if you say, Mojo has to be compatible with Python, so of course the default list is a reference semantic list that works the way you'd expect in Python, but then you have to design a value semantic list. You just implement that, and then you implement the logic within. And so the role of the language here is to provide all the low-level hooks that allow the author of the type to be able to get express this behavior without forcing it into all cases or hard-coding this into it. So,
But there's ownership, so you're constantly transferring, you're tracking for the
yes. So there's a whole system called ownership, and so this is related to work done in the Rust community. So the Swift community has done a bunch of work, and there's a bunch of different other languages involved. Kind of C++ actually has copy constructors and destructors and things like that, and so and C++ has everything. So it has move constructors and has like this whole world of things, and so this is a body of work that's kind of been developing for many, many years now. So Mojo takes some of the best ideas out of all these systems and remixes them in a nice way so that you get the power of something like the Rust programming language, but you don't have to deal with it when you don't want to, which is a major thing in terms of teaching and learning and being able to use and scale these systems.
How does that play with argument conventions? What are they? Why are they important? How does the value semantics, how does the transfer ownership work with the arguments with the passing?
Yeah, so if you go deep into systems programming now, so this is again, it's not something for everybody, but if you go deep into systems programming now, what you encounter is these types that get weird. So if you're used to Python, you think about everything, just copy it around, I can go change it and mutate it and do these things, and it's all cool. If you get into systems programming land, you get into these things like I have an atomic number, or I have a mutex, or I have a uniquely owned database handle, things like this, right? So these types you can't necessarily copy. Sometimes you can't necessarily even move them to a different address. And so what Mojo allows you to do is it allows you to express, hey, I don't want to get a copy of this thing. I want to actually just get a reference to it. And by doing that, what you can say is you can say, okay, if I'm defining something weird, like a atomic number or something, it has to be, so an atomic number is an area in memory that multiple threads can access at a time without locks. Right? And so like the definition of an atomic number is multiple different things have to be broken, therefore they have to agree on where it is. Right? And so you can't just like move it out from underneath one because it kind of breaks what it means. And so that's an example of the type that you can't copy, you can't move. It, like once you create it, it has to be where it was. Right? Now if you look at many other examples, like the database handle, right? So okay, well what happens? How do you copy a database handle? Do you copy the whole database? That's not something you necessarily want to do. There's a lot of types like that where you want to be able to say that they are uniquely owned. So there's always one of this thing, or if I create a thing, I don't copy it. And so what Mojo allows you to do is it allows you to say, hey, I want to pass around a reference to this thing without copying it. And so it has borrowed conventions. So you can say you can use it, but you don't get to change it. You can pass it by mutable reference. And so if you do that, then you get a reference to it, but you can change it. And so it manages all that kind of stuff.
So it's just a really nice implementation of like C++ has the reference types of pointers.
Yeah.
Smart, different types of implementations of smart pointers that you can basically define this allows. But you're saying that's more like the weird case versus.
Well, it depends on where. I mean, I don't think I'm a normal person, so
Yes.
I wouldn't call the people weird.
Yeah.
But if you talk to a typical Python programmer, you're definitely not thinking about this, right? This is a lower level of abstraction. Now, if you talk to a C++ programmer, certainly if you talk to a Rust programmer, again, they're not weird. They're delightful. Like these are all good people, right? Those folks will think about all the time, right? And so I look at this as there's a spectrum between very deep, low-level systems, I build bits and care about how they're laid out in memory, all the way up to application and scripting and other things like this. So it's not that anybody's right or wrong. It's about how do we build one system that scales.
By the way, the idea of an atomic number has been something that always brought me deep happiness, because the flip side of that, the idea that threads can just modify stuff asynchronously. So the whole idea of concurrent programming is a source of infinite stress.
Well, so this is where you jump into, again, you zoom out and get out of programming language. I was just think what the industry has done. My mind is constantly blown by this, right? And you look at what Moore's law. Moore's law is this idea that like computers for a long time, single thread performance just got faster and faster and faster and faster for free. But then physics and other things intervened, power consumption, like other things started to matter. And so what ended up happening is we went from single core computers to multi-core. Then we went to accelerators. Right? This trend towards specialization of hardware is only going to continue. And so for years, us programming language nerds and other people have been saying, okay, well, how do we tackle multi-core? Right? For a while, it was like, multi-core is the future. We get on top of this thing. Then it was multi-core is the default. What are we doing with this thing? And I was like, there's chips with hundreds of cores in them. what happened, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm super inspired by the fact that, in the face of this, those machine learning people invented this idea of a tensor. Right? And what is a tensor? A tensor is an arithmetic and algebraic concept. It's like an abstraction around a gigantic parallelizable data set, right? And because of that, and because of things like PyTorch, we're able to say, okay, we'll express the math of the system. It's enables you to do automatic differentiations, enables you to do like all these cool things. And it's an abstract representation. Because you have that abstract representation, you can map it onto these parallel machines without having to control, okay, put that by here, put that by there, put that by there. And this has enabled an explosion in terms of AI, compute, accelerators, like all this stuff. So that's super, super exciting.
What about the deployment, the execution across multiple machines?
Yep.
So you write that the modular compute platform dynamically partitions models with billions of parameters and distributes their execution across multiple machines, enabling unparalleled efficiency. Whether the use of unparalleled in that sentence, anyway, enabling unparalleled efficiency, scale, and reliability for the largest workloads. So how do you do this abstraction of distributed deployment?
Yeah, so one of the really interesting tensions, so there's a whole bunch of stuff that goes into that. I'll pick a random walkthrough. If you go back and replay the history of machine learning, the brief most recent history of machine learning, as you know, very deep. I knew Lex would be on the AI podcast. Yes. Right. Yeah. So if you look at just history on PyTorch, which is pretty recent history in the big picture, right? But TensorFlow is all about graphs. PyTorch, I think, pretty unarguably ended up winning. And why did it win? Mostly because of usability. right? The usability of PyTorch is, I think, huge. And I think, again, that's a huge testament to the power of taking abstract, theoretical, technical concepts and bringing it to the masses. Right? Now, the challenge with what the TensorFlow versus the PyTorch design points was that TensorFlow is kind of difficult to use for researchers, but it was actually pretty good for deployment. PyTorch is really good for researchers. It kind of not super great for deployment, right? And so I think we as an industry have been struggling. If you look at what deploying a machine learning model today means, is that you'll have researchers who are wicked smart, of course, but they're wicked smart at model architecture and data and calculus, and like they're wicked smart in various domains. They don't want to know anything about the hardware deployment or C++ or things like that. Right? And so what's happened is the people who train the model, they throw it over the fence, and then you have people that try to deploy the model. Well, every time you have a team A does X, they throw it over the fence, and team Y does something. Team B does Y, like you have a problem, because of course it never works the first time. And so you throw it over the fence, they figure out, okay, it's too slow, it won't fit, doesn't use the right operator, the tool crashes, whatever the problem is, and they have to throw it back over the fence. And every time you throw a thing over a fence, it takes 3 weeks for project managers and meetings and things like this. And so what we've seen today is that getting models in production could take weeks or months. It's not atypical. Right? I talk to lots of people, and we talk about like VP of software at some internet company trying to deploy a model. They're like, why do I need a team of 45 people? And it's so easy to train a model. Why can't I deploy it? Right? And if you dig into this, every layer is problematic. So if you look at the language piece, I mean, this is tip of the iceberg. It's a very exciting tip of the iceberg for folks, but you've got Python on one side and C++ on the other side. Python doesn't really deploy. Can theoretically, technically in some cases, but often a lot of production teams will want to get things out of Python because they get their performance control and whatever else. So Mojo can help with that. You look at serving. We talk about gigantic models. Well, the gigantic model won't fit on one machine. Right? And so now you have this model that's in Python, and C++. Now it also has to be carved up so that half of it runs on one machine, half of it runs on another machine. Or maybe it runs on 10 machines. And so now suddenly the complexity is exploding, right? And the reason for this is that if you look into PyTorch, these systems, they weren't really designed for this world. They were designed for back in the day when we were starting and doing things where it was a different, much simpler world. Like Resident 50 or some HTTP model architecture like this. It was a completely different world.
Trained on one GPU,
Exactly.
doing
Alex,
GPU.
yeah, Alex Neck, right? The major breakthrough. And the world has changed, right? And so now the challenge is that TensorFlow, PyTorch systems, they weren't actually designed for LLMs. Like that was not a thing. And so where TensorFlow actually has amazing power in terms of scale and deployment, things like that. And I think Google is, I mean, maybe not unmatched, but they're like incredible in terms of their capabilities and gigantic scale. Many researchers using PyTorch, right? And so PyTorch doesn't have those same capabilities. So much of it. Now, if you take a step back and say, like, what is Modular doing? Right? So Modular has like a bitter enemy that we're fighting against in the industry. And it's one of these things where everybody knows it, but nobody is usually willing to talk about it.
The bitter enemy.
The bitter thing that we have to destroy, that we're all struggling with, and it's like fish can't see water, is complexity.
Yes, complexity. Right, that was very philosophical.
And so if you look at it, yes, it is on the hardware side.
Yes.
All these accelerators, all these software stacks that go with the accelerator, all these, like, there's massive complexity. Look at what's happening on the modeling side. Massive amount of complexity. Like, things are changing all the time. People are inventing. Turns out the research is not done. Right? And so people want to be able to move fast. Transformers are amazing, but there's a ton of diversity even within transformers. And what's the next transformer? Right? And you look into serving. Also, huge amounts of complexity. It turns out that all the cloud providers, right, have all their very weird but very cool hardware for networking, all this kind of stuff, and it's all very complicated. People aren't using it. You look at classical serving, right? there's this whole world of people who know how to write high-performance servers with zero-copy networking, and all this fancy asynchronous I/O, and like all these fancy things in the serving community. Very little of that has pervaded into the machine learning, right? And why is that? Well, it's because, again, the systems have been built up over many years. They haven't been rethought. There hasn't been a approach to this. And so what Modular is doing is we're saying, okay, we've built many of these things, right? So I've worked on TensorFlow views and things like that. Other folks on our team like worked on PyTorch Core, or we've worked on product runtime. We've worked on many of these other systems, and so built systems like the Apple accelerators and all that kind of stuff. Like our team is quite amazing. And so one of the things that roughly everybody at Modular is grumpy about is that when you're working on one of these projects, you have a first order goal: get the hardware to work, get the system to enable one model, get this product out the door, enable this specific workload, or make it solve this problem for this product team. Right? And nobody's been given a chance to actually do that step back. And so we as an industry, we didn't take 2 steps forward, we took like 18 steps forward in terms of all this really cool technology across compilers and systems and runtimes and energy and compute and like all this kind of stuff. And like all this technology has been, I wouldn't say beautifully designed, but it's been proven in different quadrants. If you look at Google with GPUs, massive, huge exaflops of compute strapped together into machines that researchers are programming in Python in a notebook. That's huge. That's amazing. Right? It's incredible. And so you look at the technology that goes into that, and the algorithms are actually quite general. And so lots of other hardware out there and lots of other teams out there don't have the sophistication or maybe the years working on it or the budget or whatever that Google does. Right? And so they should be getting access to the same algorithms, but they just don't have it. What Modular's doing is we're saying, cool, this is not researching. Like we've built auto tuning in many systems. We've built programming languages, right? And so like have implemented C++, have implemented Swift, have implemented many of these things. And so, this it's hard, but it's not research. And you look at accelerators. Well, we know there's a bunch of different weird kinds of accelerators, but they actually cluster together. Right? And you look at GPUs. Well, there's a couple of major vendors of GPUs, and they maybe don't always get along, but their architectures are very similar. You look at CPUs. CPUs are still super important for the deployment side of things. We see new architectures coming out from all the cloud providers and things like this, and they're all super important for the world, right? But they don't have the 30 years of development that the entrenched people do. Right? And so what Modular can do is we're saying, okay, all this complexity, like it's not bad complexity, it's actually innovation. Right? And so it's innovation that's happening, and it's for good reasons. But I have sympathy for the poor software people. Right? I mean, again, I'm a generally software person too. I love hardware, but software people want to build applications and products and solutions that scale over many years. They don't want to build a solution for one generation of hardware with one vendor's tools. And because of this, they need something that scales with them. They need something that works on cloud and mobile. Right? Because their product manager said, "Hey, I want it to have lower latency and better for personalization," or whatever they decide. Right? Products evolve, and so the challenge with the machine learning technology infrastructure we have today in the industry is that it's all these point solutions. And because there are all these point solutions, it means that as your product evolves, you have to switch technology stacks or switch to a different vendor. And what that does is that slows down progress.
So basically, a lot of the things we've developed in those little silos for machine learning tasks, you want to make that the first-class citizen of a general purpose programming language that can then be compiled across all these kinds of hardware.
Well, so it's not really about a programming language. I mean, the programming language is a component of the mission. Right? The mission is our not literal, but our joking mission is to save the world from terrible AI software.
Excellent.
Okay. So if you look at this mission, you need a syntax. So yes, you need programming, and like we wouldn't have to build the programming language if one existed. And so if Python was already good enough, then cool, we would just use it. We're not doing very large scale, expensive engineering projects for the sake of it. Like, it's to solve a problem, right? It's also about accelerators. It's also about exotic numerics and B-flip16 and matrix multiplications and convolutions, like this kind of stuff. Within the stack, there are things like kernel fusion. It's a esoteric but really important thing that leads to much better performance and much more general research hackability together.
And that's enabled by certain hardware. So it's like, where's the dance between? I mean, there's several questions here. Like, how do you add a piece of hardware to this stack?
Yeah.
If you piece of, like, if I have this genius invention of a specialized accelerator, how do I add that to the modular framework? And also, how does modular as a standard start to define the kinds of hardware that should be developed?
Yeah, so let me take a step back and talk about status quo. Okay.
Yeah.
And so if you go back to TensorFlow 1, PyTorch 1, but this kind of time frame, and these have all evolved in memory. So let's go back to the glorious simple days. Right? These things basically were CPUs and CUDA. And so what you do is you say, go do a dense layer. And a dense layer has a matrix multiplication in it. Right? And so when you say that, say, go do this big operation, matrix multiplication. And if it's on a GPU, pick off a CUDA kernel. If it's on a CPU, go do like an Intel algorithm or something like that, the Intel MK. Yeah. Now, that's really cool if you're either NVIDIA or Intel, right? But then more hardware comes in. Right? And on one axis, you have more hardware coming in. On the other hand, you have an explosion of innovation in AI. And so what happened with both TensorFlow and PyTorch is that the explosion of innovation in AI has led to, it's not just about matrix multiplication and convolution. These things have now like 2,000 different operators. But on the other hand, you have, I don't know how many pieces of hardware there are out there. It's a lot. Okay, it's not even hundreds. It's probably thousands. Okay, and across all the edge and across like all the different things
that are used at scale.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
so it's not just like
it's everywhere. Yeah,
it's not a handful of GPU alternatives.
Correct.
It's
every phone, often with many different chips inside of it from different vendors. Right. Like it's AI is everywhere. It's a thing. Right?
Why are they all making their own chips? Like, why is everybody making their own thing?
Well, so because
is that a good thing?
So Chris's philosophy on hardware, right? So my philosophy is that there isn't one right solution, right? And so I think that again, with the end of Moore's law, specialization happens.
Yeah.
If you're training GPT-5, you want some crazy supercomputer data center thingy. If you're making a smart camera that runs on batteries, you want something that looks very different. If you're building a phone, you want something that looks very different. If you have something like a laptop, you want something that looks maybe similar but a different scale, right? And so AI ends up touching all of our lives, robotics, right? And like lots of different things. And so as you look into this, these have different power envelopes, there's different trade-offs in terms of algorithms, there's new innovations in sparsity and other data formats and things like that. And so hardware innovation, I think, is a really good thing. Right? And what I'm interested in is unlocking that innovation. There's also like analog quantum and like all the really weird stuff, right? Mm-hmm. And so if somebody can come up with a chip that uses analog computing and it's 100x more power efficient, think what that would mean in terms of the daily impact on the products we use. That would be huge. Now, if you're building an analog computer, you may not be a compiler specialist. These are different skill sets, right? And so you can hire some compiler people if you're running a company, maybe. But it turns out these are really like exotic new generation of compilers. Like this is a different thing, right? So if you take a step back out and come back to what is the status quo? Status quo is that if you're Intel or you're NVIDIA, you continue to keep up with the industry and you chase and okay, there's 1900 now, there's 2000 now, there's 2100, and you have a huge team of people that are like trying to keep up and tune and optimize. And even when one of the big guys comes out with a new generation of their chip, they have to go back and rewrite all these things. Right? So really, it's only powered by having hundreds of people that are all like frantically trying to keep up. And what that does is that keeps out the little guys. And sometimes the not so little guys. The big guys are also just not in those dominant positions. And so And so what has been happening, and so a lot of, we talk about the rise of new exotic crazy accelerators, people have been trying to turn this from a let's go write lots of special kernels problem into a compiler problem. So we, and I contributed to this as well, we as an industry went into it like, let's go make this compiler problem phase, let's call it. Much of the industry is still in this phase, by the way, so I won't say this phase is over. And so the idea is to say, look, okay, what a compiler does is it provides a much more general, extensible, hackable interface for dealing with the general case. Right? And so within machine learning algorithms, for example, people figured out that, hey, if I do a matrix multiplication and I do a ReLU, the classic activation function, it is way faster to do one pass over data and then do the ReLU on the output when I'm writing out the data. Because ReLU is just a maximum operation, maximum 0. And so it's an amazing optimization. Take MATML, ReLU, squish together one operation. Now I have MATML ReLU. Well, wait a second. If I do that, now I just went from having 2 operators to 3. But now I figure out, okay, well, there's a lot of activation. Leaky ReLU, like a million things that are out there, right? And so as I start fusing these in, now I get permutations of all these things. Right? So what the compiler people say is, hey, cool, well, I will go enumerate all the algorithms, I will enumerate all the pairs, and I will actually generate a kernel for you. And I think that this has been very, very useful for the industry. This is one of the things that powers Google TPUs. PyTorch 2's like rolling out really cool compiler stuff with Triton, other technology, things like this. And so the compiler people are kind of coming into their fore and saying, like, awesome, this is a problem with compiler. Here's the problem. Not everybody's a compiler person. I love compiler people, trust me, right? But not everybody can or should be a compiler person. It turns out that there are people that know analog computers really well, or they know some GPU internal architecture thing really well, or they know some crazy sparse numeric interesting algorithm that is the cusp of research, but they're not compiler people. And so one of the challenges with this new wave of technology trying to compiler is, again, it's excluded a ton of people. And so you look at what does Mojo do? What does the modular stack do? It brings programmability back into this world. Like it enables, I wouldn't say normal people, but like a new, different kind of delightful nerd that cares about numerics or cares about hardware or cares about things like this, to be able to express that in the stack and extend the stack without having to actually go hack the compiler itself.
Extend the stack on the algorithm side,
yeah,
and then on the hardware side.
Yeah. So again, go back to like the simplest example. And so what Will Swift and Mojo and other things like this did is we said, okay, pull magic out of the compiler and put it in the standard library. And so what Modular is doing with the engine that we're providing, like this very deep technology stack, right, which goes into heterogeneous runtimes and like a whole bunch of really cool things. This whole stack allows that stack to be extended and hacked and changed by researchers, hardware innovators, by people who know things that we don't know, because Modular has some smart people. We don't have all the smart people that can
What are heterogeneous runtimes?
Yeah, so what is heterogeneous, right? So heterogeneous just means many different kinds of things together. And so the simplest example you might come up with is a CPU and a GPU. And so it's a simple heterogeneous computer to say, I will run my data loading and processing and other algorithms on the CPU, and then once I get it into the right shape,
Are you fucking serious?
shove it into the GPU, I do a lot of matrix multiplications and convolutions, and things like this, and then I get it back out.
Are you fucking serious?
Some reductions and summaries, and I shove it across the wire, across the network to another machine. And so you've got now what are effectively two computers, a CPU and a GPU, talking to each other, working together in a heterogeneous system.
Shit is the worst.
But that was kind of
Didn't know any shit.
okay. You look at modern cell
This shit
phone.
sounds like this.
Your cell phone, you've
Just
got
the worst.
CPUs. And they're not just CPUs. There's like big dot little CPUs, and so there's multiple different kinds of CPUs that are working together. They're multi the core.
This is like
You
a.
got G.
You have to get
Fuse,
predictions and then
got
results.
neural network
Sure, the
accelerators.
best don't
You got
appreciate the science
dick-
behind it.
dedicated hardware blocks for media,
Right.
so for video decode and JPEG decode,
All
things
right.
like this. So you got this massively complicated system. This isn't just cell phones. Every laptop these days is
So I
doing the
was
same
actually
thing.
thinking it
And
was going
all
to
of
be a
these
triple A,
blocks can run at the same time
but it may be a
and need to be choreographed. So again, one of the cool things about machine learning is it's moving things like data flow graphs and high level abstractions, tensors, and these things that it doesn't specify.
I guess
Here's
that's
how to do the algorithm. It gives the system a lot more flexibility in terms of how to translate or map or compile it onto the system you have. And so what you need, the bottommost part of the layer there is a way for all these
What about
devices to talk to each other. So this is one thing that I'm very passionate about. I'm a nerd. But all these machines and all these systems are effectively parallel computers running at the same time, sending messages to each other. So they're all fully asynchronous. Well, this is actually a small version of the same problem you have in a data center. And in a data center, you now have multiple different machines, sometimes very specialized, sometimes with GPUs or TPUs in one node, sometimes with disks in another node. And so you get a much larger scale heterogeneous computer. And so what ends up happening is you have this like multi-layer abstraction of hierarchical parallelism,
My entire
hierarchical
life is what most people
asynchronous communication, and
Oh,
making
man.
that again my enemy.
Yeah, we're turning this into a triple A.
By getting that away from being different specialized systems at every different part of the stack and having consistency and uniformity, I could uplift the world and make it much simpler, actually get used.
But how do you leverage like the strengths of the different specialized systems? So looking inside the smartphone,
Yeah.
like you're using like, I don't know 5-6 computers essentially inside
Yeah.
the smartphone. How do you, without trying to minimize the explicit, making it explicit which computer is supposed to be used for which operation?
Yeah, so there's a pretty well-known algorithm, and what you're doing is you're looking at two factors. You're looking at the factor of sending data from one thing to another, because it takes time to get it from that side of the chip to that side of the chip, and things like this. And then you're looking at what does the time take to do an operation on a particular block. So take CPUs. CPUs are fully general; they can do anything, right? But then you have a neural net accelerator that's really good at matrix multiplications. And so you say, okay, well, if my workload is all matrix multiplications, I start up, I send the data over to the neural net thing, it goes and does matrix multiplications. When it's done, it sends me back to the result. All is good, right? So the simplest thing is just saying, okay, do matrix operations over there. But then you realize you get a little bit more complicated because you can do matrix multiplications on GPU, you can do it on neural net accelerator, you can do it on CPU, and they'll have different trade-offs and costs. And it's not just matrix multiplication. And so what you actually look at is you look at, I have generally a graph of compute. I want to do a partitioning. I want to look at the communication device action bandwidth and like the overhead, ascending of all these different things and build a model for this. And then decide, okay, it's an optimization model. Where do I want to place this computer?
It's the old school theoretical computer science problem schedule. And then how does presumably it's possible to somehow magically include auto-tune into this?
Absolutely. So, I mean, in my opinion, this is an opinion. This is not everybody would agree with this, but in my opinion, the world benefits from simple and predictable systems at the bottom you can control. But then once you have a predictable execution layer, you can build different policies on top of it. And so one policy can be that the human programmer says, do that here, do that here, do that here, do that here, like fully manually controls everything, and the system should just do it. Then you quickly get in the mode of like, I don't want to have to tell it to do it.
Yeah.
And so the next logical step that people typically take is they write some terrible heuristic. Oh, if it's matrix multiplication, do it over there. Or if it's floating point, do it on GPU. If it's integer, do it on CPU. Like something like that. And then you then get into this mode of like people care more and more and more, and you say, okay, well, let's actually like make the heuristic better. Let's get to auto-tune. Let's actually do search of the space, decide, well, what is actually better? Right? Well, then you get into this problem where you realize it's not a small space. It's a many-dimensional hyperdimensional space that you cannot exhaustively search. So, do you know of any algorithms that are good at searching very complicated spaces for?
Don't tell me you're going to turn this into a machine learning problem.
So then you turn into a machine learning problem, and you have a space of algorithms, reinforcement learning, like all these.
Can you include that into the stack, into the modular stack?
Yeah.
Where does it sit? Where does it live? Is it a separate thing, or is it part of the compilation?
So you start from simple and predictable models, and so you can have full control, and you can have coarse-grained knobs that like nudge systems. You don't have to do this. But if you really care about getting best, the last ounce out of a problem, then you can use additional tools. And there, the cool thing is you don't want to do this every time you run a model. You want to figure out the right answer and then cache it. And once you do that, you can say, okay, cool. Well, I can get up and running very quickly, and get good execution out of my system. I can decide if something's important, and if it's important, I can go through a bunch of machines at it and do a big, expensive search over the space using whatever technique I feel like it's related to the problem. And then when I get the right answer, cool, I can just start using it. So you can get out of this trade-off between, okay, am I going to spend forever doing the thing, or do I do it quickly and it's a quality result? Like these are actually not in contention with each other if the system's designed to scale.
You started and did a little bit of a whirlwind overview of how you get 35,000x speed up or more over Python. Jeremy Howard did a really great presentation about sort of the basic. Look at the code. Here's how you get the speed up. And he said that's something we can probably developers can do for their own code to see how you can get these gigantic speed ups. But can you maybe speak to the machine learning task in general? How do you make some of this code fast and specifics? And what would you say is the main bottleneck for machine learning tasks? So are we talking about MapMol, matrix multiplication? How do you make that fast?
So, I mean, if you just look at the Python problem, right, you can say, how do I make Python faster? There's been a lot of people that have been working on the, how to make Python faster. There's been a ton of projects in that.
On this chart art,
Mojo started from the, what can the hardware do?
it's definitely in the
What's
middle
the
of
limit of
both.
physics? What's the speed, right? Like how fast can this thing go? And then how do I express it? Right. So it wasn't anchored relatively on make Python a little bit faster. It's saying, cool, I know what the hardware can do. Let's unlock. Now, when
And just say how gutsy that is to be in the meeting, and as opposed to try to see how do we get the improvement. It's like, what can the physics do?
I mean, they got a special kind of nerd, but you look at that. What is the limit of physics? How fast can physics go? Right. When you start looking at that, typically it ends up being a memory problem. Right. So today, particularly with these specialized accelerators, the problem is that you can do a lot of math within them, but yet you get bottleneck sending data back and forth with the memory, whether it be local memory or distant memory or disk or whatever it is. And that bottleneck, particularly as the training sizes get large, as you start doing tons of inferences all over the place, like that becomes a huge problem. Right? So again, what happened is we went through a phase of many years where people took the special case and hand-tuned it, picked it and tricked it out, and they knew exactly how the hardware worked. They knew the model, and they made it fast. In general, and so you can make 50 or some or AlexNet or something, such and like you can do that, right? Because the models are small, they fit in your head, right? But as the models get bigger and complicated, as the machines get more complicated, it stops working. Right? And so this is where things like kernel fusion come in. What is kernel fusion? This is this idea of saying, let's avoid going to memory. Let's do that by building a new hybrid kernel, a numerical algorithm.
No one knows what you're talking about, kernels and algorithms and shit.
Actually,
Doug, talk about the Bristol Stool scale. That's what the Rabbi said.
Right all the way up memory.
And its modifications.
What's happened with these
What would you
accelerators
call
is
it, Rabbi?
the levels-
What would your modifications? With your modifications, what would you call it? I mean, why isn't it called the shit list?
GPU,
Oh, I don't
local
know.
memory,
That's funny.
local memory.
If this
all
motherfucker
these
keeps
things.
going,
If you
dude,
zoom
fucking
way
hey,
into how
man,
hard it works,
this is the
with
worst.
extra
Why
fat.
does it do that? No one knows. Just the worst. Yo, dog, you sure you want to end the stream? I mean, no, it was fine till it started stutter stepping. This fucking thing started stutter stepping like cray cray. Stutter stepping like cray cray, yo. Restart that B. Just the worst. What's going on over here? Do you have any updates to do? Hey, Sundar. Hey, Sundar. Do we have any fucking updates? Sundar. Sundar.